Бойтесь нас, мы будем вас наказывать в каждой катке.
When we play, you better run.
Ну да, сильнейшими командами, я думаю, этого турнира будем мы, Team Spirit.
S2G.
S2G должны показать хороший результат.
Регнум-карри.
Но они...
Будет.
Я не думаю, что они сильнейшие, они сильные в ганскилле.
Но не менталкой.
Насчет менталки я не знаю, но мне кажется,
Но
что
турки
их не
очень
будет.
агрессивные в плане того, что если у них что-то не получается, они сразу по столу фигачат.
SBG могут выстрелить, 3D Max. 3D Max могут выстрелить, потому что у них слишком... Во-первых, взаимопонимание очень сильное.
Очень сильная индивидуалка у каждого.
Очень сильная индивидуалка.
Да, там на 400
Так еще мета того, что сейчас будет ДБС.
Будет ДБС, да.
То, что в ногу попадаешь, все, ты в ноке.
Поэтому SBG, да. Я поставлю...
Не, парни, мета будет на бизоне сегодня. И в ближайшее время.
Без рофла.
На бизон берил калаш. Это новый мета.
Бизон имба.
Почему берил не будет?
Так версия игры.
Будет калаш бизон.
На Мирамаре что?
На Мирамаре? Я думаю, что на Мирамаре... На Мирамаре, короче, нужно убить одного, а дальше они сами просто будут все прятаться.
На второй
Как
этаж
они
церкви.
обычно типа делают.
Предположим.
Ну, типа, они просто вот, ну, все, вот, они теряются.
It's not looking good. Hands to a knife fight. Come on now. Nades to a knife fight. There we go. That is going to be Team Enigma down. Team Spirit. That second place woke them up.
По моему мнению, больше всех будут оправдываться Enigma Galaxy, потому что Рауф чаще всего ищет какие-то отговорки, что мешают внешние факторы. Поэтому я склоняюсь больше к Enigma Galaxy.
I would love to face Fireflux 4v4 at the end of the game, because we will just win them every time.
Бойтесь нас, мы будем вас наказывать в каждой катке.
I have only one thing to say to the other teams. When we play, you better run.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA. We are getting ready for another day here in EMEA as Blank tucks himself back so he's in streamline mode. He's ready to fly into these games today. We've got Sanhok coming up first.
I've got to be aerodynamic, you see, if we want to get leapt into these games as soon as possible. But yeah, excited for this one. Yesterday was a bit of a slobber knocker, right? Let's be honest. Brute Force being able to put up basically all the points in the game, all in just one day. And they've managed to shoot themselves. It was the second place that they were able to hit yesterday, which is fairly ridiculous, to be honest with you, considering they were down near 19th, 18th.
They're in first, actually, at the end.
Are they in first now? Yeah, so they were in 18th, 19th just a couple of days ago, now shot up to first place. It is silly. It is absolutely silly. I think that it's been curious. It's been curious. I think some teams have definitely let things slip just a little bit, and I hope they can get things back under control for themselves. But yeah, we're starting to see some of our consistent teams really solidify their positions, and then also some of our more streaky teams being ridiculously streaky, which is what happens in a Super League like this. You have teams that are ridiculously good and then also ridiculously bad, but that can create massive margins of approach.
And it's always great fun to watch. You can track all of that information. It'll be coming at you on our socials down below, Instagram, YouTube and TikTok as well. You can get all of the up-to-date information on who's streaking out the gates, on who's doing well, who's doing badly over there as time goes on. Of course, the best place to get it is right out here in the stream, the PMSL EMEA stream of the English language broadcast. Just 100% the best. You guys want to stay here, right? Because we've got so much in store for you guys. Of course, you can see we're on the 25th right now of May, which is the second week. We are nearing the end of the second week now, actually. We're going to be getting underway with our third week next week, and then the finals sit on the 7th of June. They will be starting off on the Friday, so that'll be great fun to watch.
Yeah, so you'll have a little bit time to cool your boots just a little bit, because this prize pool is kind of mega for that final. So you definitely want to chill things out before you jump back into the hot pot over for those finals from June 7th. Total prize pool here, $400,000. Kind of big, kind of huge.
Big number.
Big number.
Big number.
The dot is a bit misleading, at least for me. It looks like $400.
This is interesting though, because on the left it's a dot, right, which is the European way of putting in a comma. But on the right it's a comma, so it's the UK version. So it's not. Yeah, okay. It's not 4 million for participation. In case you were wondering, it's $40,000, which is still a lot of money. That's $2,000 per team, 227K. We're back to the dots. God.
You got $55 for that first place. You're walking away with 35, and you get 11.
That's a combo meal, dude. Oh my god, that is a great time. First place.
For real, it's chunky prize pool, 400,000, 55,000 for your first place there in terms of the dollars accrued, and 16th place will net you $5,000 alone just getting here. So it's definitely important to get yourself into those finals, which means accruing enough bonus points, accruing enough just league points in general, getting through here over in the overall standings, right? So I think looking at this one, I am definitely excited. You know what would be cool? And I think, you know what, we'll show it to you at the start of next week. We'll get an overall standings, showing exactly where people are currently placed up in terms of how they're doing so far in the tournament. Because so far we've just seen our overalls from the current weeks. But we want to know exactly who is on that 17th place cutoff.
Because it is that all-important cutoff, right? It's not based on the bonus points. It is based on just the number of points you've been able to get over the course of these last 2 weeks. At the moment, at the top is Team Spirit on those overalls, as I suppose we'll call them. Team Spirit on 298 between their 2 weeks. Brute Force in second with 289. On their overall. So good to see they've been able to convert off a pretty solid first week. I mean, we were looking at them and with quite a bit of respect in that first week, but obviously yesterday was just something else, and they had fallen off a little bit earlier on. So good to see. At the moment, the bubble of the overall sits with Team Falcons on 179.
Are you on the old
tiebreaker with
Wikipedia right now?
I am, yeah, that's right.
Let me pull that up with my systems that I have located here in my home. It's
At your
called a
fingertip.
PC.
Why are you saying it like that? It makes you think that you don't have those things. And
Oh,
it's
but
like-
do I?
It's like,
All right,
it's
working
like, yes,
with.
I shall use my human fingers to type in the URL address.
Or
of-
am I just an AI? It's the real question. Was I
true,
designed by PUBG Mobile? Have
Like
you ever seen
GPT?
me in person?
I don't think I ever have actually. Now that you mention it,
Correct. I'm a hologram at all those live stages.
that's insane, dude. I never noticed.
You never put a hand on my back. If you did, a hand would come straight through.
That's insane. I was moments away from figuring it out, but this conspiracy unfolds. You never need cheering up. You're such a happy chappy all the time, ready to get into some PUBG Mobile.
Sure. Let me look at the overalls. That is cool because I think that
It is.
you covered first and second place. Now, I'm gonna cover third place. Enigma Galaxy currently 275 points, so not too far behind right now. I think Enigma Galaxy is doing incredibly well. Here are just basic normal overalls. Thanks,
Week
production.
2 overalls.
Week 2 overalls. We have 3 chicken dinners apiece for both Brute Force and Digital Athletics. Brute Force getting all of their chicken dinners in one day. So a bit more of like a fast and famine. Fast
Feast and famine?
Feast and famine. Mixing up my... I mean, famine is more like you don't have any food in the first place. Fast is, a choice, right? It's a choice. For Brute Force, I'm not sure it was a choice for them.
Actually, it's a lifestyle for Lightning McQueen. He just always is fast.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. For Brute Force, they were certainly going fast yesterday. But yeah, a lot of their points were accrued yesterday, as were their chicken dinners. 3 total found, up to 126 points now. Again, Digital Athletics, really, really good couple of days because they're only on 12 matches, right?
Yeah.
Up at 120 points. So beautiful stuff. I think you were talking about Team Spirit, how they fell off yesterday a little bit. I would somewhat agree, but I think that what they were able to do on what seemed to be an off day wasn't that bad, right? It wasn't that bad. How many points was that? 31 total points between their first day and their second day. Yes, it's half, but at least it's not an IWNRX stonker with a 19, right?
Ow. That's painful for IWNRX fans. Goodness me.
Yeah, they had a bit of a stinker day, let's be honest.
Very much so. Agreed. It was very smelly. Digital Athletics, as you rightly pointed out, the massive story there being 12 matches and only 6 points behind our current leaders is really, really impressive stuff. Going down towards the 16th place of this Week 2 table, we are seeing the Onyx Ravens up in 16th place with 60 points. That's nice.
Where are they on the overalls?
On the overalls, the Onyx Ravens are in 18th place. They only got 92 points in Week 1, so they are going to need to outperform that moving forwards. Of course, they are on 12 matches as well, which means that they are a little bit ahead of teams like Team Falcons, who have 18 matches to their name. So there's potential for them to jump on up, as well as Foot Chaos, who are just ahead of them in the tables as well, with 6 more matches played. So it's really quite weird to look at the overalls in general in the interday periods, in the overalls as well, because there are 6 more matches on some of these teams.
Yeah, there is 6 more matches on some of these guys, which could even things out just a little bit. Here's IWNRX, who currently are 6th place overall, but here 17th, which just shows you how good of a week 1 they had, right? Really good stuff from them. But Moneymakers also 19th place. Again, in the overalls, they're in 8th place. So these 2 teams, it doesn't make sense for them to be down here. It really doesn't make any sense.
No, it needs improvement, as I like to say my report cards used to say.
Needs to pay attention.
Needs to pay more attention.
Yeah,
I just couldn't. I'm just
tap dancing on the desk too frequently. That's what it said in my report cards.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I was always salsa, so
a little bit of a salsa on the desk. I like it, saucy, a little bit provocative.
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, I don't know why you do that. Tap dancing was like just my form of amusement.
Having a good time.
Yeah.
There you go. That's a little bit of an insight into our backstories, I suppose. Completely fabricated, of course. But let's take a look at some more variant. Oh, Maybe.
You sure about
I
that?
don't know.
Yeah, let's take a
is
look
it?
at Digital Athletics versus Brute Force. I think this is a really important graphic to take a quick look at. This is from week 2 only. Week 2 only here, guys. That is head-to-head. And look at this. DA actually comfortably outperforming Brute Force. So despite them being in first place, that killer day. And I wanted to highlight this specifically for these results that are on the right. So although it looks like Brute Force, crazy week so far, Digital Athletics, they are pumping. Their result looks good in first place with Brute Force, but Digital Athletics, they continue this kind of performance towards the end of the week. Damn, they're going to be looking good.
Absolutely, I would agree. 2 dams, nearly 3. Well, we'll get there one day, I'm sure.
Maybe a hot diggity damn.
Oh, okay. There we go. I like that. Yeah, last week, Digital Athletics only able to get 130 points on their first week, which sits them sort of very middle of the pack on that week, but they are certainly looking to try and rise on up 7th right now on those overalls. And that 10-point average per match, which is something, a metric that I will keep coming back to if they're able to keep up with it, because it is phenomenal right now. These are the matches that they're going to be trying to get 10 points per map on. Blank, it's very surprising, but Sandhog is going to be first, and then we're going to have 3 Erangels. And what's even crazier is that we've got 2 Miramars at the end.
Oh, where's my variation? Where's the variance? I want a double Sandhawk day, maybe, please.
Well, maybe we'll treat you to a sextuple Sandhawk day. I was going up and up and up.
Oh, I know.
Let's take a look.
You're like
quadruple, pentuple, quad sextuple, sextuple. Let's go.
Penta.
What's going on? Today's going to be a great day, I can already tell. Group A, B, C, and D going to be playing, which means Group E are sitting out. Brute Force on the bench. Virtus Pro, Foot Chaos, and Team Falcons all going to be taking the leave today. Their day off is now. They can take a breather, so we won't be seeing Brute Force continue that momentum into today. Maybe on the final day on Sunday, we'll be seeing that one. Yeah. But it is going to be a chance for Digital Athletics to draw even on that match count, right? And that is where I'm going to be focusing most of my attention.
Yeah, Brute Force, they needed a break. They needed a big break. That was a hell of a day yesterday.
They're on cooldown right now.
They're on cooldown, right? They'll be respawning tomorrow. I do think it's bad, actually, for them, though. They seem to be very heavily momentum-based team, and having this where they are cooling off, right? They were like a hot blade, fresh out the furnace. And now we've splashed water all over them. So no longer red hot. So I think that maybe tomorrow they could still do well. Again, I don't think this cool off period is all that useful to them. I think they wanted to continue on that streak, right?
Absolutely. Just as a disclaimer, in general, when you're quenching a blade out of the furnace, you don't want to be using water. You want to be looking
usually
at some
oil.
sort of oil.
Yeah.
Some sort of oil is generally a safer quench, stops warping in general.
But that's not what we're doing. We're not doing a safe quench on them, right? That's not what we're doing at all here.
An unsafe quench
for
Brute Force,
quench.
potentially. Tell us what you think about quenching metal in the survey that you can access through the chat. Have an impact on the future of the PMSL. We'd like to hear your thoughts about the actual tournament as well. I think that's probably the priority. But if you're into your metallurgy, give it a go. Why not?
Exactly. Look, if you think that you could use the anvil and hammer to improve the show in a certain way, anyway, please let us know how over in that survey. Should be popping up now and again in the chat there. So you'll have to catch it. Sometimes it's pretty fast.
Elusive.
It's elusive, right? You know, people might be spamming the W's in the chat, right? It might run past too quickly. Don't miss it. It's important. We want to hear your thoughts. Always, all the time. We appreciate you. You are my number one.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. I believe you. Thanks very much. Something we didn't talk about with the groups is that we will be seeing the return of Group C, which includes the Moneymakers, RCB, Power, and Na'Vi. I want to talk about Power for just a second as well, because this is a team that was right at the top of the tables. They had some great days, and now they've had their potentially unsafe quench. They've had their water bath after their powerful day, and now they're going to be coming back into the mix to try and have another go at it. So we'll see if they're able to recollect their strength and have success yet again. We'll have to see if they can compete with DA, because they are really going to have their work cut out for them to do that.
Yeah, they absolutely will. And I think for Power, You know what? Some of the players on the team really stepping up in a big way. I'm very pleased to see it as well because it's not all just Al Hadji anymore. It's not the Al Hadji show. You know, you got Easy, you got Kanti. Fidan even doing some good stuff. A couple of elimination steals in the buggy. I'll give him that. There was some style points awarded there for him. But overall, team looks much more coordinated. I think that they are extremely good team. But over here, look at this. You can unleash the beast. The inner demon within you can come out. And you can find out more over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Please do check it out. I'm sure you it won't disappoint. It will keep you ready and raring for some more games here over at the PMSL EMEA, our official drink sponsor.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, he's not even going to look. Look at him. Narvalo. He's facing away from the camera. He doesn't want you to see his eyes before he's locking them in. If he looks at you, he has to go for the flush. That's the rule. That's what he's going to be living and potentially dying by today. 3D Max, they sort of been up and down in this week so far, but I think that at the moment they're in a little bit of a dip coming into today. Looks like Power gearing up, but he's...
Did you see that?
That was a big yawn. That was a big old yawn.
No, not that. Al Hadji looked happy.
No way. Can we get a replay?
He's Al happy today.
Oh!
This is awesome.
Okay, all right. Nick Galaxy, they're in third place at the moment.
Oh no, Lufa's been relegated to end desk.
He was there yesterday as well. Coops moved up at the start of this week, I think. To be best buddies sitting next to Ralph.
Yeah. What's going on there? Seems to have some kind of... I think it was a heat pack in his hand, but it looked like some kind of godly light emitting from between his fingers. I seem to have a problem here. I've inherited some divine power.
Oh no, I am just too powerful, guys. I think that might have been his Infinix GT20 Pro, giving off some power in the middle of it all. Of course, all of these players going to be heading towards the PMWC, or trying to, on the 19th to the 28th of July later this year for the Esports World Cup. Top 4 teams go to the group stages, and that 5th place team goes to the survival stage, to the last chance saloon of PMWC later on. So everybody looking to gun for those top 4 spots to get that qualification to the group stages would certainly be a decent shot at getting a decent chunk of money as well. Hopefully they'll be able to achieve those goals. Onyx Ravens, what a hefty draft of monster there, trying to ramp up in power, ready for the show.
Monarch, I'm going to say this is a Monarch Orange.
It's juiced.
I want to say that's the second part of it. I don't know completely though.
No,
I might need to be fact checked. Monarch juiced.
No, it's just juiced, I believe.
No, there was definitely. I definitely read a little Monarch on the top. In fact, I'm going to look it up right now to prove you wrong.
Okay, all right.
I'll prove you right. Monarch Orange, Monster, Energizer.
Okay, all right. We'll have a little deep dive onto the branding of these monsters. A couple of different brands we've seen.
It's just called Monarch.
No way. Why does it say juiced on the front of it? Maybe that's like the line or something. Not entirely sure.
It's juiced monster because it's part of the juiced selection, John. If you knew your Monster Energy, you would understand, and that is Monarch.
You're just it's just so much better than me at knowing your monster brands.
Right.
I don't think I can compete.
These players,
the beast.
These players are way better than doing some power rankings. So let's head over to our power rankings video, see what they really think about each other. Delve deep.
Gönül isterdi şu alttan altlara yapıştıralım ama.
Как-то там уж усилились разве?
Herkese merhaba. Bugün yanımda Pozer ile takımları sıralayacağız.
Assalamu alaikum ve rahmetullahi ve berekatuhu. Ma'akum Hasan Salah min Team Hero.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Мa'акум Наив Шери min Team Hero.
Всем привет, с вами команда Team Spirit, и сегодня я, Анатолий Наоми, и
Buat Nomi.
вместе мы составим overall ranking PMSL EMEA. Погнали.
FF'i direkt kafaya koyuyorum.
Koy.
Çok konuşmaya gerek yok.
Koy direkt kafaya.
Первая команда АГГшки. Я думаю, очевидно.
Очевидно.
نيو تشالنجر بيجي تيم يلعبون مع بعض من زمان، قد طلعوا بطولات عالمية فأكيد عندهم خبرة عالية، فعشان كذا أنا اخترته.
Nigma Galaxy.
Bence tapkanlık değil onlar. Bir altı yani.
Ben de seni kırmıyorum.
Усилились еще игроком из реджектов. Я бы
Как ты думаешь, усилились разве?
Не, ну все равно
Нет.
Nigma это стабильно, знаешь, стабильная команда. Я вот поставлю.
Bu eski SPG kadrosu. Williams. Bunları neye koyabiliriz?
Çalışır.
Değil mi? Tam yere.
Ya tam onlar için yapılmış bir. Uci.
Koy direkt kafaya koy. Düşün oğlum. Bak arasına bile düşünme. Spirit bunlar baş düşmanımız. Bunları gönül isterdi şu altlara yapıştıralım ama çok da şey yapmıyorum. Bence bunlar Rising Star ya. Değil mi?
Окей, let's go.
Нет, так можешь
Через верит.
Tom Gun seçelim.
استوديو تيم تركي جدا أداء أسطوري.
Avray. 3-4, 3.5.
Dörde yapıştır. Nereye geldi? Nereye şu üste doğru koyabilirsen eğer.
Ama şimdi ben burada Türk'ün gücünü gördüm biraz.
Gösterelim oğlum ne olacak.
Hiç konuşmuyoruz.
Onu üste koy. Şu daha üstlere şimdi şuralara yapışıyorsa koy yapışıyorsa buralara koyalım.
Direkt. Burada.
Next SG. Новый капитан, новый игрок, который, по сути, не такой уж опытный. Я бы даже вот так сделал бы.
Beşiktaş. Lüzera.
توب جانز اللي هو هيكون افضل تيم بالبطولة. اول تيم هيرويك. Bende bu Onyx bunlar zaten biraz yanlışlıkla çıktı gibi. Ben direkt koyuyorum şuraya çok düşünme.
Моя последняя команда, получается, Onyx остается. Ставку на них делать тоже не хочу.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Yani bizim düşüncelerimiz bu şekilde.
Все, на этом все. Это наш предик. Посмотрим, как окажется на самом деле.
Tekrardan izlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın. İyi günler.
So, if you're wondering how the teams ranked each other, that is your answer. I see the light on the left-hand side. Is that what you were talking about before? That weird light that's sort of emanating. No, it's a different light. Okay, fair enough.
It was not for. Where's the lights on the trophy?
Oh no, Coops, get over there, light them up with your fingers. Go
Yeah,
on.
use your newfound powers, Coops Almighty.
Coops Jutsu.
No, stop trying to bring that into it. Cease now. You know nothing of the Naruto.
Did you just try and cease Jutsu me? That's so rude.
Yeah, I am gatekeep no jutsuing you right now.
Oh dear, wow. Okay, that's fair enough. I've never watched the Naruto episode, so I think
Exactly.
that's fair.
You deserve to be gatekeep right now.
It's actually it's gate kept. But okay.
I am the gate keepter, correct?
I think you're gate cooping right now.
I am. Some gate cooping is going on, but he's not gate cooped his team. I think him alongside with Lord have done some real cool stuff. Connor, let me quickly pull up the old map feed.
Oh yeah. Well,
Have
the
a
plane
little
path
peek.
is going from Cow over towards.
I can see that.
Just between Cow. Right. Okay. I'm just, in case someone wasn't looking at their screen, looking at their Infinix GT20 Pro, watching the feed. I'm just letting them know it's from Cow down to the west side of the map. Right?
I don't. That's
that
fair
okay?
enough. All right, I get it. You're
And
being
you
inclusive.
speak about plane path jutsu.
Yeah. Okay. No, stop it now. You're being inclusive of the people who might be, watching this as a little bit of a podcast. Just got it on the second monitor. I respect that. If you got this on the second monitor, good for you guys. And
Third
whatever
monitor,
else you're
though,
doing, I
you
hope it's
guys
going well.
suck. Third monitor gamers, nah. Miss me.
No, I
with it.
think that's fine. That's fine as well. You might have some people who like to have a lot of things going on at once. I'm one of those people. I like to have my videos on my phone, watching a series on the TV, and then doing my things on my laptop.
Doing your things.
Playing some games.
Yeah, just checking the accounts.
Yeah. I'm
Sending
absorbing
things
so
through.
much information.
It's true. It's information superhighway being beamed right into his brain right now.
Yeah,
It's
I'm not sure
incredible.
how much is sticking though.
Blank is actually currently solving all of the Millennium problems simultaneously at the same time as commentating PUBG Mobile.
Slowly, yeah. I'm about I've figured out that probably world hunger's a problem.
You guys heard about this? Dude, this
You know
sucks.
about this thing? It's the worst.
Dude, that's
we
rubbish.
should probably figure that out at some
Oh
point.
man. Yeah.
So I'm on it now.
Yeah, do you think? Okay, good.
Yeah. Looking at the game though,
We've got our
over
best
towards-
person on it.
we've got our best. It's me. Heroic though start things off versus Kiss from RCB. Not the best of starts for them, though. I think for RCB, they have had some pretty easy games here on Sandhawk so far. I think they deserve to have a bit of argy-bargy, as you would put it, John.
I would put
over in Painan.
Just a little bit of toe stepping going on there. And RCB lose Kiss. Wild and Loxy both wanting to lie in wait, but Heroic not going to step too far forwards around the walled compound. I don't think there's too much loot in that box, so I'm not too sure if you want to be holding that. Zachariah. Did he spot someone, or is he just peppering some windows? Oh, certainly seen Wild now. Volt.
Yeah, they know they're in here.
Dueling back and forwards at distance. Keeping them penned in, allowing the rest of their team to move on in for the side swipe. And RCB, not really having too much to say about this one. They're just going to have to wait and try and win the trade here with Loxy and Wild on the inside. And they've got Silas all the way over to Painan.
Yeah, I think it's because Moneymakers usually drop further up towards that northwest edge. But recently, Team Spirit has been poking their nose a little bit too often. So the Moneymakers have actually headed back down towards the southeast side of Painan, which has now crunched RCB upwards and into the path of Heroic. So this is pretty horrid start for RCB. You can't blame them too much for it. It's two separate scenarios that are occurring at the same time that aren't positive for their outlook during this game. They've had to do their best with it. Again, though, I say one of these fights must have seen the shoots coming down. We know that RCB isn't always the best compound holder. They generally are some of the best compound rotators into us.
Loxy wants to hold. 3 players to deal with. A difficult hold. The UMP is there, and he's got a DBS to back him up with Wild there. Now it's his turn. He's completely baited out his teammate. And I don't think they should have waited and held fire on that one. Maybe just swing as a double. You don't want to step into the way of the bullets, sure, but 2 barrels, they might have been able to do a little bit more because they were able to get 2 knocks there.
Yeah, it didn't go badly. Honestly, it did not go badly.
Well, went pretty badly.
Well, yeah, it ended badly. I'm saying it didn't go.
Oh, I see.
In the moment, the present moment didn't go too badly, but it ended quite shockingly, yeah. Silas doing Silas things, which is just waiting on the outskirts. Attempt to salvage the game for the team, but I think that is highly unlikely. But this is the first time in a while we've seen Moneymakers actually have a not too horrendous start. Here was this initial knock coming through from Zachariah, who has been pretty on point with it for Heroic. The iron sights on the UMP. I mean, that's pretty saucy.
Did quite. Nearly got Zachariah down there as well on the inside. I mean, if you get that knock, there's a potential for that 1 versus 1, but even so, very, very difficult stuff. Leaving to the north of Painan now, Heroic now have pressure from Moneymakers to worry about. They're going to be a little bit low on the meds, you'd imagine, having spent quite a lot of time in this engagement with RCB. Moneymakers, in the meantime, have been able to fully gear up, fully stack themselves. Well, Libishka is only on a tier 1 armor. Ragnarok pulling the car around and into the back seat they hop. It's not very comfy back there, but you'll take it to get away from the Moneymakers right now. Don't really want this scrap, and wisely so. You can see just no meds for Zachariah. Probably pretty low on ammo as well. Just wanting to get across, get more loot involved into their inventories.
Yeah, I want to head further towards that north side. Team Spirit actually moved pretty early on the position in bootcamp, which does open things up to Na'Vi, potentially Gladiators as well if they want to rotate through that position. S2G came down from Paris Resort. I don't know how the fight actually went between them and 3D Max. or even if it went at all, because both teams seem to be on full squad mates, and 3D Max is in Paris Resort at the moment. Moneymakers have been money losers currently. They've not been doing well for themselves. I'm unsure what the problem is, but it just feels like the skill level has diminished quite significantly since week 1.
Definitely in the red right now. And Na'Vi spotted Koa and took the knock a little bit earlier on, and that slowed down the Moneymakers. That's going to allow DA to get in behind them, and they are not a team to be trifled with. Central shift towards S2G keeps Team Spirit on their stretch of compounds out to the northwest side of Quarry as well. It'll be interesting to see who's going to have to face off the most. I think Team Spirit probably at the moment in the most danger from a lot of these teams. The northeast side is fairly open, but there's a lot of teams who are going to be moving in, and they're all going to be funneled past Bootcamp and Quarry towards that Team Spirit area of influence. So they're going to have to be a bit worried about who's going to be stepping their way.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, they've done this kind of thing before, though. Ooh, okay. Nice shots from Koa. We'll take down one of the players from DA, Scarface, actually. He was our MVP from yesterday, John.
He was.
If you remember.
I do.
Far back.
I know it's a long
But
time.
yeah, for Team Spirit, definitely have to be careful, because I think they have tried to hold out maybe too many teams, right? Trying to hold the tide down when they didn't realize it was a Sud army.
DA, they've now had a second knock sent their way, but these knocks are at range. Yekta needs to get a knock, but immediately Koa is so quick with it. Look at that flick across, and then the entirety of that backline for DA has been taken down. The heal in the meantime onto Scarface has come through. I think they're more worried about players further away, because I don't think they realize that there's two there. They are nading forwards. They think they've just secured this knock and they've played forwards. They want to move into these flushes, but that could be a death sentence. The blue zone is enveloping. But DA, they're not stepping. They are keeping quiet here. They're waiting for Moneymakers to move further forwards, and then they can sideswipe them, potentially take them by surprise. But they step forwards enough, and I think they've lost that element of surprise now. Maybe just survive with 2 for DA.
Yeah, I mean, with stage 2, certainly possible. But it looks like Moneymakers are unwilling to give up the chase at the moment. They're going to have to move far over towards this northeast side. I mean, this is the most amount of eliminations they've had in a couple of games. Maybe a couple of days. So, we're just looking for 2 more to keep themselves a bit happier. Lux goes down. That's from Naomi's angle up the hill. Cheeky play.
This is the holdout, remember, for Team Spirit on that southwest edge. Fireflux forced into conflict with Heroic, and it looks like it's going well. Volt, the next to get flushed away. Solus picks up the point for them. DBS in hand, now just Hassan, and he's not going to last too long as Soulgate lands the shot with the DBS through the door. Team Spirit know that there's another team here now, and they will be looking to hold it out. Na'Vi have gone closer towards Bootcamp and have managed to shimmy a little bit past Team Spirit. Same story for Gladiators.
Yeah, Na'Vi fairly quiet in all of this, and I mean that's mostly due to Heroic getting involved with that fight down towards the south side, then Moneymakers, and now DA being held out. So DA really hasn't had too much competition to work with here. Enigma Galaxy, they shifted their weight all the way over towards this eastern side. With Virtus Pro not in the game, does make that rotation more available. In the meantime, Onyx Ravens doing battle with the Twisted Minds.
At the moment, I think Ali just got knocked and flushed there, which is unfortunate. Onyx Ravens going to be down a key player. Dami, saw him 1v3 3D Max yesterday. He's going to launch out another nade towards Lath. Saleh putting pressure onto Never Alone's position. Jafar wants to hold the angle, but it's Dami who's going to move in for that off angle. I think this is just the last player of the Onyx Ravens now for Saleh. Has 2 players to deal with on Twisted Minds. Nade in. Trying to burn him out of here. Saleh still has the cross behind the vehicle. The nade is there, but doesn't do too much to him. Dami moving now onto the side of the longhouse. They can get the res onto Never Alone. I think you bide your time until that's happened. Just play up as 3. You don't need to take this risk yet. You're all the way out in the circle. No one's going to be third-partying this one. Saleh has a shot with that SK-12 and the M4.
Someone needs to open one more a limb out, but not meant to be. So the rest of the Twisted Minds do converge on this position. Dami was careful, though. I respect that from him. Don't want to push this one too hard. It's Silas, though. On his lonesome. We know that this guy can salvage gains, but quite unlikely he'll be able to salvage from this position, right, John? This is a bit more of a tough task to come up against. This is, though, the old boy wall. I think this is where he got a 1v4 in the past. Playing off the back of this little position. Let's give you enough of an angle. Yeah, it's tough now, though.
Yeah, definitely unsalvageable for Silas at this juncture. A point over to IWNRX, who sorely need it. We'll be playing from the southeast side, though, and having to push on in further. Circle. With a lot of interesting compounds here. The compounds out on that road from the east of boot camp, generally quite powerful. Very difficult to breach on towards. Once there's probably 2 teams in them. If there's a split team, it's a little bit easier, right? You just choose a corner and just go, go, go. Okay. Bandages to Ray Z. That's good. Thank you for letting us know that happened.
Check out this great throw. Thanks, production.
That's a mechanic in the game. You can throw bandages.
Mechanic that can happen. To be fair, most of Brooks's replays have been amazing.
That's true, but that was just that was kind of wild. Like
I can't tell if we've got like a replay quota or something. We've got to hit so many again. Check this one out, guys. Though this is pretty cool, huh? It's because the observers are getting too much of the action, right?
That's true.
They're too on the ball with it. There's nothing to replay. We've already seen it. Yeah, I feel like that play there from Silas kind of characterizes RCB pretty well, though. Is that many options laid out in front of them. They choose none. Like, he could have thrown a grenade a lot earlier. He could have taken some shots on the eastern side. Instead, just let his demise come to him, which is what RCB tends to do in their compounds when they head center. Speaking of center, though, Gladiators do pick themselves up a nice little compound over towards the north side of the paddy fields. So, yeah, good position for them. A bit of an awkward circle as well, because a lot of teams will be forced to sort of play around the edge here, with Gladiators lording over that center.
Yeah, I'm interested to see who gets control of the hills to the southeast of the Gladiators compound. I feel like that is going to be a winning spot, but at the moment there's about 5 teams kind of all ready and waiting, like a Wild West shootout. Moneymakers. Ooh, no. You see Naomi.
Naomi doesn't know.
Naomi has no clue.
These guys have been some sneaky snakes on the side here.
Have they shooting all the way up in?
Yeah, I think Naomi thinks that there's a team here. Yeah, that is bad news for them. They probably should have tried to cut off one of the legs of Team Spirit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they know a team is up in this general location. I just don't know where. Around. Oh man, this is some guerrilla gameplay.
This is going to look so silly when it goes wrong, because I'm pretty sure it's about to. Koa is going to have to give the game away with IWNRX playing behind them, and immediately, yeah, you see those arrows turning from Team Spirit. They're thinking, what the hell's just happened here? IWNRX losing Frozen on the front. 3 players from Moneymakers going to fight backwards now, and Koa sails into action immediately, jumping straight around the rock, no hesitation. Naomi going on in, and he spots Icy in the grass. Bishke now the last to try and go down here as Koa gets flushed away. I mean, it's too slow. Like, you do take Naomi out in that position. You don't bide your time. IWNRX flowing around the east side of Quarry. They didn't have that information. I think a fundamental misplay from Moneymakers.
Yeah, I think you're right. Probably should have tried to at least pick up the elimination over towards Naomi. At the very least, if a fight does start to pop off, everyone's in a 3v3v3 situation, as opposed to having the multiple of players on that side. I think Team Spirit were able to steal away a couple of eliminations on that side, not just Biscay remaining, but after that, they comfortably gained control over towards that southeast hillside. So this is really good news for Team Spirit. Besiktas, though, are still in the mix, slightly towards that lower ground. You'd imagine that Team Spirit looking to remove them eventually.
You see the Gladiators very happy about everything that's going on right now.
Oh, super happy.
Just giga happy, really, I think.
Yeah, that's an awesome position. Again, I think that switching Kitsune off here has allowed them to experiment with some new things because they were very set in their playstyle, set in their old ways. But this was a pretty confident decision to just make the push out towards the central compound, which you don't see the Gladiators doing all that much in the past. This is a different beast entirely now, though. So I'll have to treat it as such. Team Spirit know they have to get a move on. Potentially have to cross over towards enemy lines on Besiktas. Not a slouch team either, not a pushover team. So it's going to take a bit more than just a good old
grenade in.
Push on their side. Yep.
Might do the job to take Kitsune down. Na'Vi want the challenge. Kitsune staying alive for now, but Axa not going to get pushed off that easily. Effect has the angle. Kitsune flushed away by Besiktas, who are moving in. This is the hill on the southeast side of the Gladiators compound that I was thinking whoever ends up here might just be in with a shot of a chicken dinner. It looks like Besiktas are going to be able to force Team Spirit up against Team Na'Vi and make their lives hell, because Kitsune's gone down now. Besiktas wanting to flow across these hillsides, and Naomi gets spotted for Team Spirit. It's so difficult to make this move, though, for Team Spirit. They had everybody waiting to move up on this hillside. Nobody willing to pull the trigger. They had to be the ones to go for it. And they are coming a cropper because of it. Na'Vi may be a bit of a sacrificial lamb for Besiktas, but looks like they are going to control it very convincingly as well.
Yeah, it's quite funny as well, because I think the reason you see Team Spirit falter so badly here is purely because this is probably the first time they've ever seen Na'Vi be able to become a nuisance in their rotation, and likely haven't seen this rotation before either. I think we're going to see just two players, Ralph and Lord, though, putting the work over towards Na'Vi, sort of actually saving the life of Team Spirit for a short while, but now they go down. And the circle once again heading up towards Gladiators. So this is realistically more of a game of who can get the most points before succumbing to the Gladiators towards the center of the circle.
Here's the thing, though. I feel like Besiktas still have a really good chance here. They've got that high ground. They have opportunity to take control of the buildings on the outside here. And a lot of times we've seen people trying to leave these Sandhawk compounds in these late circles and just going down. They stay too long. They overinvest in that. And Gladiators only have 2 eliminations right now.
This is probably one of the few positions where that doesn't track as much, though. The actual hard cover around this location isn't as amazing as elsewhere. I mean, I see Lord just go down. And coming off this hillside, you sort of on a broadside to a lot of teams. So for Besiktas, I hope they still have vehicles, John. They might be able to make it work with that, but here comes Power on the north side. We haven't talked about them too much, but Al-Haji was coming in today, looking pretty chuffed to bits, and now looking to put some more points on the board. Already, in terms of placements, they've done quite well.
They have managed to rack up quite the tally, as Lewis gets backed off by Ralph from the low ground. He's going to make his way all the way up in to the circle, I believe, if he's allowed to stay there. Besiktas wanting this res. It's all a question of who can get control down in these valleys, because Besiktas looking to try and slow down Power, who are fully in this next circle on their hillside. And they can look to try and take the shots. Obviously, getting that early knock that will be rezzed. And Al-Haji down low. It feels like Power have got the inside track on this next circle. Ooh, that's a shift, though. Down south, away from Power.
I mean, either way, but like I said, both these teams on the outside edge, it's not going to go well for you. The amount of time that you can stay in these compounds, it was always going to be a case where you have to come down a little bit. These outer edges for both Besiktas and Power, they're right on the lip of the hills. So you can see here, as soon as they have to start moving downwards, moving out into open ground, and Gladiators can start taking shots. More even so, these two teams will start taking shots at one another as well. They're difficult positions to play. And it's honestly, this is one of the few positions where the hillside doesn't actually make you feel as safe as elsewhere around the map.
Now, for Besiktas. Can they take control of the outside? There are a couple of rocks, trees, and things like that to play around. They can move up to the shack. You can see they're immediately establishing their baseline of fire. Gladiator is not flexing out of their compound just yet. They're not moving up to some outside cover. AZ might be looking to do that. They're repositioning these vehicles, trying to keep them in safety so that they can send them out later without them, the vehicles losing tires, losing damage. But that is a mean shift for Besiktas. Despite some good rotations, it just isn't going their way.
Yeah, I mean, again, with this sort of compound with the windows that it's holding, you're probably not going to have to move too far out at this stage of the game. You'd rather Besiktas had to come to you, and you wait on the circle for this one. I think if the circle was less over towards their side of the zone, I think Gladiators could probably thought about pushing out slightly. I mean, they were repositioning the vehicles, like you say. That's a good knock from Lewis. The question is whether it's enough. Tixi also takes a bit of a battering. Some mistakes been made here by the Gladiators.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? With the Gladiators, sure, they have a good position, but there is still a risk of being penned in. It looks like Besiktas are going to try and do that, but they are only 2 players now. Tixi getting that heal off Tospic as well. AZ wanting to burn away the corner, stop that angle for being a threat. A nade in, past, round the back might do enough to slow the Gladiators down, because at the moment, Besiktas do have the middle of this circle. This could be tricky for the Gladiators to get out of this, because they only have this one building to play around. They know that they're being slowed down. That nade towards the back puts them again towards the rear of this cabin. 2 nades still in hand for Lewis. And with the zone closing, the Gladiators are going to have to walk right into them.
Yeah, an interesting couple of decisions here made by the Gladiators. I think they allow Besiktas to get far too close. It's not like they didn't have nades. I mean, Matix drops them in right now. Realistically, they should have just been sending those out earlier on. So if any tag did come through, finally, now they start to move forward.
Lewis has a nade, though, and he's cooking it.
Could be nice. Just a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. And now this is where Besiktas starts to be in a pretty tough spot now.
2 players on the outside here. Besiktas looking to try and take it against the Gladiators. A shot through the smoke finds Matic. Good for 1. Is there a trade? Tixi's there and they put them down. It's Besiktas through the windows, through the doors, through any way that they can. Managed to marshal Gladiators into a corner, and there is no escaping from them. In that scenario, the Gladiators, a low elimination count, but that is a masterful Sandhawk from Besiktas to be able to take that one away from the Gladiators in the end.
I don't know. I wouldn't go as far as saying masterful.
They played it perfectly in the end. Like what?
No, if you looked at what Gladiators were doing, like as soon as you're in that 3v2 and the nades start to slow down, you push out at that point as the 3 versus 2. Do you remember who threw all those smokes, denying the sightlines of the Gladiators? It was Gladiators. I don't know why they threw those smokes on the side. They denied their own push out when they knew that the circle was going to push them out of the building eventually anyway. So there is just this odd aspect to it of, again, Gladiators playing themselves. I'm not trying to diminish what Besiktas did there, because they did play well from that top side. But I don't really think that they should have got as far to the compound in the first place. And I don't think that Tixi should have gone down either right at the beginning there. And again, you're in a 3v2. You push out and you take your chances. You don't deny your own sightlines with smokes so that they can start just blasting the DBSs into likely locations you're going to be in. It felt like the end there, to be honest with you, the end of the game was probably the easiest part for Besiktas, because they barely had to do anything, whilst Gladiators sort of fumbled a lot in that situation.
It did seem like it all came crumbling down, but again, it's the curse of those junction compounds, right? On Sandhawk, I feel like, you said that the hard cover wasn't as good as it is in other locations, but it was still there, right, for Besiktas, out on that eastern side.
Right?
They had a couple of rocks and a tree.
Well, they
Don't
had
forget
the
trees.
one rock. Oh, they had one rock, right? In which case, you pre-nade the rock as they're walking down. This is what I'm talking about. It's one rock. You would see any other strong team in that location, it would be a barrage of nades coming over the top and then Molotovs onto the trees. The whole point is in that first initial run that Besiktas has to make, Gladiators has to just deny those few positions up front and close to the actual compound, and then take shots as 4. They already picked off 1. The team shot should have easily dealt with the rest. It was a weird one. It was a really, really weird one. And I think that it is just critical mistakes. And again, Tixi going down at the start there, crossing before. I think as soon as you see the other team go down from power, you just move across then. You don't move across late. And I think that caused Gladiators to be in this kind of scuffle. Be like, do we pick up Tixi or do we push to the front there and start throwing nades and throwing Molotovs? And they don't do either. They let Tixi die and they back themselves to the back of the compound. I agree with you, John. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you. Those crossroad junction compounds can be a little bit tricky towards the end game, but this was one of the few situations where the circle was so enclosed on that compound for so long that you don't leave it, and there is an opportunity to finish the game easily towards the end game. It's a tough one because, like I said, I'm not saying that Besiktas played a bad game. I'm just saying that ending should never have happened.
I think that the rest of their game as well was really solid. I mean, I was looking a lot at the southeast side on those hills. I was talking about, I was interested on who was going to be able to take control of that. Was it going to be Team Spirit, Besiktas? And in general, I think that's kind of characteristic of Besiktas, right? Is being able to make that sort of a play to push in. I would sort of put them in a category of like a little bit below DA in terms of their ability to do that. And maintain some distance. Not quite as strong as we've seen from DA, but I think Besiktas definitely were able to do quite a lot to give them the opportunity to get into that position where Gladiators can make a mistake against them, right? We can go back and forth on the specifics of the final circle there, and I think that you've obviously brought up some very good points, and I mean, Gladiators definitely could have played that better and gotten a lot more points, because they only got 4 elimination points, Blank, for a central compound finish. You need to be doing more than that.
Exactly, and again, coming back to what you said, it still takes a skillful team to be able to capitalize on those pretty poor mistakes that we saw coming through from Gladiators, which Besiktas were able to do. I think they were just as surprised as us towards that end that they were able to clean it out so simply, because Gladiators left themselves so open for that approach. But really, really well done to them. And again, I think you're right that the rest of the game was pretty well done, considering they weren't always in control of the strongest positions on the map until the very closing, where they were able to hold onto that high ground, which was fought over for quite some time, but they opted to keep themselves out of that engagement for quite a while. So I think for Besiktas, there is definitely this up and up for them. And I hope they can continue it, because I think that's what I've been saying throughout the entire this week, is that I worry that Besiktas is not going to be able to keep this up. We're not going to be able to keep this up either, but we will be in just a few short minutes after this break. We'll see you soon.
A center circle compound finish denied on the chicken dinner for Gladiators by Besiktas over on Sandhawk, but we are going to put the jungle to rest for now and take a look at Erangel up next. We didn't really cover it, I think, actually, earlier on, but of course, this is day 4, which means it is the last day of games for Group D, which includes the Gaming Gladiators, right? They are on their last day of games this week, so today they definitely need to be putting up as much points as they can. Of course, they're going to be doing so with the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official smartphone here at the PMSL EMEA, and a mighty fine piece of kit it is too. Unfortunately, though, the Gladiators didn't wield it to its full effect. The thing is, though, Besiktas did, and they were able to utilize every ounce of processing power that you can get with those.
Absolutely, they 100% did, and even switched on the old X-ray mode for a second, apparently, through the smoke.
I don't think they did that. I think the admins would have figured that out.
Yeah, there's no X-ray mode for the Infinix GT20. It does assist you greatly, but not in that sense. Yeah. We're heading over towards our angle now for the first time today. A quick look at the playing path over from Milta Power over towards Hospital. So teams dropping out as quickly as possible. 3D Max pretty quiet that last game, as were S2G. I think S2G got a little bit further into the game than they did. Again, just some smart rotational pass, but not an easy ending at all.
Nothing in this tournament is easy. With these teams taken to the battlefields, it can get messy quickly if you don't have your wits about you. 3D Max, hot drop, potentially. Over on the southeast side, I think that's Heroic, maybe, hot dropping with them. Looks like shots are coming out as well. Over in the warehouse, near to Milta. No one gone down just yet, but I think Volt took a lot of damage. Oh, actually, hang on a minute. No, Ragnarok is down. And Robs is on the hunt. Oh, the reload there. Check the other angle. No, Rob's careful. He's back in. Does now have the chance to go for the spray, and he's good for it. Now he wants more. And he's on a warpath. Look at Robs go. 3 eliminations in Heroic. Immediately sacrificed to the points tally of 3D Max.
I mean, that was fairly insanely fast in terms of an
It's a good hot drop for 3D Max. Look at that. Wow.
For the first time in a while, a little bit of stab in the air for Robs. RCB also lost a player, so it feels like back to basics for RCB. Decent first day, which then immediately drops off into becoming not the greatest of days forward. I think a lot of times it is just that case of you have the group reshuffle. RCB recovers off the back of good center control. Teams read into rotations from squads that might be around their area. RCB back to numero 16.
That's a 16th place play right there.
Yeah, it's sad, but they are getting points on the board.
Yeah.
So funnily enough, that one day that they get where they do fairly decently might just be enough to see them through to the finals.
This is Robs in action on the replay here. The hot drop between 3D Max and Heroic. 3D Max as well, another team in Group D, which makes today their last day of games. So grabbing those 4 points whilst they can, a great result so far. They are still pretty high up in the tables, right? They've managed to get 110 points with 4 points extra added on. That's 114 now for you maths buffs out there who like adding 2 numbers together. But it's good news, and it's not the best of news at the same time, because a lot of those teams around them gonna have more days to play. It's Enigma Galaxy, the only team that is near them in the tables, that has got today as their last day. S2G being the 4th team that isn't going to be playing after today in this week's games. So they're racing against Enigma Galaxy quite in a big way. You've got DA ahead of them, as well as Brute Force, who are going to have 1 more day's games. And teams behind them as well, like Team Power, who've already had their day off, will be chasing. Besiktas will be chasing, and they will not be relenting, I can tell you that.
Yeah, that's absolutely for sure here. I think for DA, they need to put up a pretty good performance today, because you know that Brute Force having that extra going over towards the final day there, at least they have a benchmark of understanding of what they need to move up to, so DA doesn't want to fall too far behind today. Well, not fall too far behind, but not be able to put up that many numbers today that they are not able to find themselves in a position where they can duke it out with brute force comfortably. Because I think that right now DA is probably the team that looks to be in contention for that first place spot at the end of the week.
First place, definitely the goal for a lot of these teams, but it is consistency to get to the finals that you have to achieve as well, which is what we'll be looking for. Twisted Minds have not had the best of times overall in this tournament, but they are up in 13th place right now. They were able to get some decent results yesterday. Towards the end, they were doing some interesting edge-sweeping tactics that paid off quite well for them, so we'll see if they're able to continue that trend upwards towards the top. I would say that I'm not going to say the top, towards the front page potentially for Twisted Minds, a team that we kind of counted out for quite a while now.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds have slowly started to do well. We have to remember that quite a few of those points gained from them were from that whiffed win from 3D Max over on Miramar. And it has been a few times now where they've been able to sort of bow out on Miramar, pick up a really obscure spot, and then they sweep on in for the end, right? Which I don't think is the most ideal way to play. But teams are just allowing it to happen so frequently on a large map like Miramar that it's becoming a successful playstyle for them. I'd actually be excited to see that happen again over in our final Miramars as a trend that's taking place. IWNRX here rotating alongside with DA. I don't think DA can do too much about this though. Doesn't seem to be too many vehicles around for them. A little bit split up as well.
Yekta just chilling behind the hay bale. Doesn't want to get involved with that one. DA do like to keep their enemies at distance. Ooh, no. 3D Max have just had a bit of a rough one. Losing a player on this eastern side. Na'Vi curtailing Narvalo. The rest of them, though, still up in action. Really, really unfortunate as well. You don't really expect to be coming up against other players this far out in the zone. And this late as well. You expect everyone to be moving on a hard west shift. So potentially a little bit lacking on the awareness there for Narvalo. Of course, you should always be taking stock of all your surroundings all the time, right? But sometimes it just slips away from you and he rolls up and into danger. It's unfortunate. Enigma Galaxy, too late to the party to get up to Observatory there. DA already claimed it.
I mean, DA did lose Scarface, though, sadly. Wasn't able to hold on to him. Oh, no. The res came through. So they are up to 4. I thought he dropped off a little bit further back, but happy for them. Not fully in the circle. Down towards that south side, so not a super central position, but, you know, you get a southern shift on the circle there, and potentially this is a really nice spot for them to work with, John. Enigma Galaxy moving in. You just saw them think about heading over towards DA's position, realizing it was full. No one else was allowed to remain there, so they've had to shift off over towards the western side on the coast. The coast is not a bad position to play. As a backup spot, it can hold you for quite a while, John, so I don't mind it too much, to be honest.
Should be all right. Moneymaker's yet to leave Primorsk. Twisted Minds almost across the bridge. And that is a very western shift yet again. Puts the coast in there. Enigma Galaxy, are they on the road right now? They're going to have to make a call as to where to go, where to try and solidify, because they are now in the midst of it all. Thrust into a dangerous area, because everybody's going to look to crunch. Hamzy, I think he's isolated enough and low enough as well after those extra shots that they can't go for this res. Razy wants to stop this from happening, but there's not a lot you can do here. Hamzy will go down. Tospic picks up the elimination point. And Besiktas from the North Shore, near just out to the east of George Pole, will be up to 3 elims now.
Yeah, it's not going badly for them. Be able to pick a couple more points up for themselves off the back of that last game, already going decently well for them. So it feels like Besiktas is not looking to stop on their roll-up today. IWNRX finding power. Al-Haji looking to send a grenade over towards Z-Wolf. I mean, this is not the most difficult of nades to toss. It just comes out a little bit too close.
Z-Wolf right on in through Al-Haji. Just fades enough damage to stay up, but there's knocks being traded back and forth. Power have managed to equalize, but they're just a little bit behind on the healing. And a lovely pump action through the boards there. Al-Haji gets put down. Steps frozen, but there's the off angle behind the door. Lights up for one and does run out of ammo right in the midst of it all. And everybody's trying to swap weapons. Saad comes out on top of that. Somehow able to pull out the DP before it all comes crumbling down. Now it's up to Swain. One player on the inside. He's got a lot more HP than Saad, though. Heal coming on through gives him a little bit more of a chance now. And there's an off angle. Third party from DA from the south side puts a lot of danger onto Swain. But there's the spray. It's good. In through the window. He wants to pull his team back up, but it's only Z-Wolf.
You're getting Z-Wolf back in the mix, though, is a pretty good save there for them, considering how good he is as a player. Nades flowing through over towards Fireflux. Might just be able to get this one squeezed through the window. I think just about. Good nade from Gonzo. We'll pick up one of the players there. Down to 3 now. Rest of Na'Vi flows on in. And it's a whole assault on the side, but they are not doing good.
That is really unfortunate. Leaves just Gonzo and 6 now. Gonzo a little bit separated from this. They do not manage to look for the flushes here, but Fireflux only with Lux left. He is also very isolated from this fight. 6 a lot closer, a lot nearer to this action, and might be able to get more points involved for it. Lux, is he going to go for it? No, he's just giving up. He's giving away the rest of his team here. Maybe looking to try and find a crossfire. That is disastrous for Fireflux and for Na'Vi, but Na'Vi going to be able to get themselves back up to 4 players with these reses coming on through after what was quite a disastrous push.
Which feels quite silly, doesn't it, really? Like you said, considering how badly it went at the beginning there. Northern shift in the circle, pretty horrid in terms of positioning around the fielded area. Sort of confirms that it will be one of those kind of finishes, John. Could shift a little bit further up, but either way, we're still in that awkward position of the map that no one really wants to play. Funnily enough, Fireflux with Lux there in a fairly decent spot when it comes to that end game, but a lot of teams preferring now to just play on the edge. Enigma Galaxy fairly pleased with this one. This is a play style that they're very comfortable with. It's Moneymakers coming in from that south side, though, towards Enigma Galaxy. This is going to be a test for the Moneymakers, because Enigma Galaxy is no pushover this week. 122 points, tied with DA even.
This is their last day of games, though, and DA will have that 6-match advantage, remember. That was so impressive. To be up there in second place with 6 matches behind the top players. Really quite something. They're going to want to equalize up towards brute force and leapfrog by quite a distance, get a nice advantage into the final circles, into the final day. Pressure on, though, and DA on that south side, playing still, I believe, from that observatory, underneath their Cerebro bulb that sits atop them.
Gladiators waiting for a mistake here from Besiktas. Something similar to what they pulled over on Sandhawk. Stims going out. Besiktas getting ready to leave. Unsure whether they're going to use vehicles for this one or not. Lewis spotted by Tixie and will be not flushed there, which is probably a mistake not being able to grab that. Now Gladiators need to converge on this one. Tixie moves out towards the side, but we do have players from the Gladiators up towards Eve. That's the south side of them.
Yeah, over towards the Hospital Hills, just out to their west. You can see that high ground for AZ currently occupied. We'll have oversight onto Besiktas leaving, but Gladiators, for the most part, on the other side of the hill. They're just trying to get away. You can see Meku's leading that charge. Looks like they're just going to disengage here. 3D Max, they have got 3 players still after losing a player early to Na'Vi. With 4 points on the board, though, they've already got some value out of this match. Like you said, Fireflux with Lux right on the top of that hay farm area on the ridges. They all sort of go up to that point. It's going to be safe for a little minute, but I think there's going to be a team going to be looking to take that from them fairly soon. In the meantime, Moneymakers bring an old boy into the back of the buggy. But Spirit maybe not going to allow that to happen. It's Nomi cooking up the nade towards Bishke. And that is going to be good for the flush onto Old Boy and the knock onto Bishke. A beautiful value on that. And Team Spirit will walk away happy. They've disengaged. They'll let them stay on us too.
Yeah, they still have to move further up towards that northern edge, towards where Nigma Galaxy are playing. Although Nigma Galaxy are doing that thing that I really don't like, John. It's just a bit of an odd split. If you're going to play on that western coast, I get it that you want to have the high ground over towards where Coops is playing in play, but you can be quickly isolated there.
Trying to get on through the vehicle, starting to smoke now. Not enough damage sent, and there's the fire. Lord wants to try and light it up, but they're out just about. They hit the deck and stay alive for the time being. I think the Galaxy going to be able to shut this down because this is the best opportunity to be able to do so. Koa, Icy, both managing to get some healing off. Ralph wants to roll in close, but he's alone and draws short. This alerts Team Spirit to the locations that are being held by Nigma Galaxy as well, which is great value for them. And leaving this duo alive is actually paying off quite nicely. However, they haven't managed to get far enough forwards to get into this next circle. In the meantime, IWNRX and DA are going to try and encircle their routes in. Now the nades start to pour through, and the divot will be their final resting place for the Moneymakers. Coops seals the deal with one more on top. 2 points for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, it was actually a really nice nade coming through from Coops, and sort of works out on that split with him being all on his own there, because I don't think Moneymakers half expected him to be in that position. Will push Team Spirit off that spot either as well, with Kitsune going for the scout. Just comes through a little bit late. Again, on this 2-1-1 split now for Nigma Galaxy. Spreading themselves slightly thin. But for Team Spirit, this is a difficult few positions to really pin down and figure out, is this one whole team or is it a split team? They're unsure.
This is the high ground that Fireflux did have their last remaining player on. Not entirely sure where he's got to, but in the meantime, everybody else is looking to try and take control of this. Twisted Minds think better of going for the fight here, but Na'Vi and S2G gotta stick around, see if they can find something else for themselves. I believe Nigma Galaxy are starting to lose players out on this western edge as well. But the southeastern side, it's dangerous. There's the flush up to Kitsune in the meantime on the west. Nades pouring in over towards S2G, but they are staying alive. Twisted Minds, they leapfrogged beyond a little bit further through. They will have some cover to play around, bombarding S2G from both sides now.
G crunched, like you say, between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. Not an easy fight for them. For Team Spirit, losing a player there, a bit awkward, considering they're currently fighting against, I believe, just 2 players from Nigma Galaxy. Gladiators are able to find a shot over towards AZ from Besiktas. This is a very split hold on the backside. In the meantime, S2G actually making it work here with CEO later, but for how long?
Uh-oh, there's another knock over towards S2G. Na'Vi have taken 2, and the jump out through the smoke. CEO later put down now, and Na'Vi might even be able to get back up as 4 again after a second time losing half of their team to some pretty dangerous engagements. Staying up as 4 is a huge benefit to them. They're on 7 eliminations now, Blank. This early into the game, that is a massive result for them. And potential to capitalize even further. They might be able to push through towards Twisted Minds. Finally, Nigma Galaxy forced off and gone for the regroup as 3. Team Spirit sweeping around now behind Ali, but pulled out the back of the buggy. Ali's on the warpath, looking to try and take down Naomi as well, and he's good for it. A 1 versus 2 on the hold. Naomi not going to be able to back this one up. He gets the heals, and Team Spirit fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, Ali is stupidly talented. Coming through from Onyx Ravens. In the meantime, Nomi's able to take down a fair few players here from Enigma Galaxy. Looking to salvage this game just in terms of points alone. DA rock up towards Twisted Minds, who are doing their best here to deal with them. As a mad spray from the S12K comes in over towards the vehicle.
Oh, it's going both ways right now. The damage is pouring through, flowing across the fields of Erangel.
Oh my days.
And Na'Vi want to chime in, but they're immediately rebuffed for the first. The second, also not so good. Gonzo goes down, but the spray from Yekta is punished by a nade over the top. Scarface is the next to fall as well. Players are starting to fall like flies on the southeastern edge. Na'Vi, they continue to just lose players, but they are not flushing anyone out just yet. Another player from DA falls. Just Coldex remain. That nade should do it. No, it's just got a bit of cover. There's more still to go. Never Alone opens up, and Na'Vi might have finally met their match. In the midst of it all, DA have fallen, and Na'Vi continue to truck on in, keeping that pace, but they might have just finally had too much bitten off, and they can't quite chew it. Robs is on the off angle, looking for Axa, and he's able to put them down. Twisted Minds with 2, still surviving, but Robs has a sliver of HP and a dream. Moving down south, 3D Max have 3.
3D Max putting them down there. Twisted Minds up with just a couple. What a crazy fight. Seems like Na'Vi's way of playing is just putting bodies on the scene, John. And seeing if as long as you can get enough in, eventually it works. But finally, the plan doesn't work just as well. Gladiators up towards that north side. 3D Max, RCB holding compounds as always. Yeah, this has been a very awkward game to play.
Certainly has been. And through it all, the Gladiators with 3 on that north. Playing pretty close to their drop spot in crates in South George, branching out just to the south side of Hospital. They'll be playing in the elbow of the road there. Next circle moves away from them, however, so we are going over to the field there. It's pretty tricky sort of area to play around as well, Blank. I mean, there's a dip where RCB sit around those buildings as well, that they might just be able to leverage nice and effectively to control a lot of this ground. But if Poser gets a shot here, it will be difficult for them. And they're only 2 as well. So it's going to be very, very difficult to make this one work, I think, for pretty much any location in this circle.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy was a little bit too concerned with the fact that there was a lot of space to be played down towards the south side instead of confirming one place to stay. Which means that they lose a couple of players here and there. Ali, 4 eliminations. Goodness me. This guy's certainly an up-and-comer in my books. Really strong games from him. The nades coming over towards the Moneymakers. Yeah. Some cruel grenades just left to explode late, and then this one from Coops. Absolutely devastating.
You see it cooking on the left of the screen there as well. It's just a countdown to demise. And bang, bang. One bounce and you're done. It was, I think, entirely nades that took down the Moneymakers on this game, in fact. I think that's what the replay was highlighting there. The nades over the top to find Old Boy on the flush, to get Bishke as well. Knocked out in the blue. And they went down to the Enigma Galaxy nades as well. Out in the field might be your best chance. I think 3D Max have read into that. They're going to try and take up some of these hay bales. Drawing out the fire. Poser, last player alive for Besiktas, is now not a backstab position for RCB. And I feel like RCB's position is getting stronger and stronger. In the meantime, though, 3D Max getting torn to shreds here as Jafar has the sideswipe from Twisted Minds. Can Robs get Snowix back in?
Yeah, I think for 3D Max, this is going to be a ton of grenades. There's not many places you can go either. It's not like you can make a quick getaway by running through, so you are very susceptible to grenades in this location. Most teams towards that northern side are counting their lucky stars right now for the fact that they haven't had to play within this fielded region, John.
It's very, very difficult stuff for them to try and navigate. Jafar trying to do so now, Never Alone as well, cooking some nades, sending them over towards 5 elimination. Robs himself. Snowix looking for heals. Enigma Galaxy on the south side. Pretty decently set. Gladiators have a ridge to play behind as well. Seeing them just across the way there. The path keeping them safe for now, but RCB might have an angle on the side swipe.
RCB just wants to stay out of dodge for the time being, John. Don't really want to give themselves away too soon, but you're right. The side swap they have over towards at least the Gladiators and potentially these other teams, they start to make their way up. Huge. That was a weird bounce on the grenade, John.
You know, it's just a weird floor geometry. Gets a weird angle of incident to an elastic collision with the floor. Robs just jump peeking, using that third person perspective. Up on the higher ground. Ralph looking to suppress Jafar as well. Both teams on this south side going to have to move. Gladiator's dip is so strong here. And I feel like only RCB can really have a chance at sideswiping them along the side of that ridge from the divot and the buildings that they're playing from.
Yeah, I'm just laughing because this is, again, the second time today we said that Gladiators have an insane position available to them.
This time they don't have a building to muck it all up in, though.
That's right. That is right. There is chance here for them. It does look a lot nicer. I think a lot of teams down towards the south side are going to have to go through some barbed wire to get up towards this position that currently Gladiators are in. RCB being the big threat here. Rob's up to 5 eliminations this game. A really good result. There's a wild push in from Never Alone.
Predicated on the spray from Jafar from up top, keeping them down, but that's not going to be the case. Immediately clapped back, but there's angles from every which way. It's Matic to get the spot. Oh, Rob's nearly had that. But it was Tixie. Oh, Matic. I think, yeah, Matic to be able to find the angle. And now Jafar feeling fairly chilly as the blue zone envelops him. 3D Max eliminated a decent run on their match. They were able to get that hot drop elimination count way, way up. And they've got 9 points on the game to be going home with. So decent coming through on this game. Nick McGalaxy as well, having a rough time to descend here, but it's the Gladiators in their ditch who have the cover to go for it. And you can see how RCB do have this angle to potentially sideswipe here, but they aren't going for it. They've been allowing the Gladiators to do a lot of the heavy lifting on this circle for them.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the right thing to be doing here. You know that this side of the map is absolutely horrendous, and at least you get that western side to yourself, so you just hope to get maybe a third or a second place. And here, Enigma and Alexi will pick themselves a third with 4 eliminations. It's not horrendous. Meku back in the mix and already 600 damage. Not a bad game for him. And RCB, easy game for them in this compound. Held it for so long. The smoke starts to come out the side, and Gladiators now have a very easy decision of where the final team is playing.
Tixie not wanting to break that open ground. The smoke train is here for RCB to allow them a run out. But where are they going to go? I mean, there's basically nowhere to do, nothing to do at this stage. The Gladiators, they've got all this angle covered off. You can see the line they've established. They don't even need to get closer to this. As the vehicle does start to spin up out into the open. Silas hasn't gone down yet, but I think it's only a matter of time. Yeah, Tixie will pick that one on nice and happily. Wild. Maybe getting an extra point here for RCB. Actually able to get the flush here. And potentially a heal before the blue zone tags on. It's not shrinking just yet. Silas drawing the attention, drawing the ire of the Gladiators. Now it's Matic and Meku. The duo that's been together for so long, and they will shut this one down. Second place over on Sanhok, but this time it's a little bit cleaner, and the Gladiators are able to finish things out. Oh, my beard's looking great today. Oh, no, wait. I was fooled. I was tricked. It wasn't,
You
in
are
fact.
indeed.
The Gladiators are able to get the chicken dinner in the end from the outside, from the drain, from the ditch that they're able to operate from.
Yeah, I mean, for the Gladiators there, it's not bad at all. I think that they played well on that north side, and they didn't challenge too heavily off versus Besiktas, right? I think they lost AZ, and they were like, look, we don't need to be holding that heavily on the north side. Let's just pull it back a little bit, deal with them slowly as they start to make their way down from that northern edge, which is exactly what they did. With the assistance of some of the teams on the eastern edge and the western edge, they were able to take them out. Na'Vi having a funny game this time around, just throwing themselves at teams. It worked out eventually, and it was multiple times they went down to one player and had to get all the stretchers out, pull everyone back up into action though, John. Robs with 5 eliminations, and Tixie taking that most damage mark with 680 on that game.
the smiliest man in PUBG Mobile, Axa as well. Most nade eliminations for Na'Vi, who went a pretty chaotic game for them, I think it's fair to say, on that last Erangel. Getting into a lot of close scrapes, and in the final throws of it, they were put to bed by, I think it was Twisted Minds, if memory serves, from that high ground position. It was a lot of teams. Yeah, that's fair. DA were in there somewhere. I don't know who else was closing things out, but yeah, absolutely very difficult game from them. The South side in general, quite brutal this time around. Team Spirit going down to it. It feels like this is now twice that Team Spirit have kind of been pushed out of what could be quite a strong position on, actually, well, both times the south edge of the circle. Maybe a little bit too slow to take up those high ground positions. 20 points for the Gladiators, 10 eliminations found. Na'Vi, no placements, but still getting those 10 points on the board from just the eliminations alone.
Yeah, that's quite a funny one, coming up in third place with no placement points at all. Yeah, I think for Team Spirit at least, like on that position, Enigma Galaxy plays a dangerous game with their split, but it actually works out because so many people are too afraid to actually place over towards that high ground, right? They actually fully just pull off it, even though it's only Coops there on his own handling it. So the same thing happened both to Moneymakers as well as Team Spirit in that situation. So, you know, I faulted it in terms of the split being a bit odd for Enigma Galaxy, but it worked out. Bit of the mental game coming through onto a few teams on that south side. I mean, it's already a pretty difficult circle, and you add a couple of weird factors into the mix, and suddenly you've got yourself quite a strong tactic.
And the Gladiators on their last day as well means that point scoring potential really good. Now, 2 games on the trot, they've had a good day. Digital Athletics, I believe with those 5 points, that put them up into first. I'm not sure if Enigma Galaxy exceeded them, though, towards the end of that. So we'll have to wait for the overalls to see just who was able to take it all the way to the top. Speaking of top damage right now from the Gladiators, they were able to fight from the ditch nicely there. 2.3k damage. Na'Vi as well in a lot of close range fights. They really gave it their all and played up and into the face of danger. 1800 for them.
Yeah, not a bad game at all for Na'Vi, considering the interesting playstyle I guess they had. Twisted Minds, 1400 damage. Pretty good. 1200 damage done by 3D Max, but mostly just by Robs, I would say. Even had good sightlines over towards Jafar if it wasn't for those dastardly Gladiators ruining his day.
And you've got to remember as well, 3D Max did have that 4-person elimination hot drop that went out clean. Enigma Galaxy indeed taking that top spot with the points that they're able to accrue. But remember, there is still that 6-game disadvantage for the Digital Athletics squad. Brute Force getting pushed down into third. 3D Max up next to try and overtake them. Gladiators as well, just behind, and Besiktas peering around the corner with 14 matches played as well, who are going to most likely be able to at least draw even with Brute Force today.
Yeah, I think that is 100% to be said. It would be pretty shameful if 3D Max weren't able to draw even. And Besiktas, with the way they've been playing recently, they should also be able to push Brute Force out from that top spot. So again, another big comeback required from Brute Force tomorrow. But if they're able to do anything like they were able to do yesterday, I can still see them being in that top 5 by the end of it. Power Esports falling a little bit now, not quite able to remain towards those top spots, but they're not off by far, John. They're not off by far.
No, it's not quite up to that standard, but you're right, getting quite close with it. Last week, we were seeing the middle of the tables being in around that 130 point margin, and the top of the tables were up in the 190s. So that's what the teams towards the top are going to be looking to chase. This week, it seems to have been a little bit slower maybe towards the top, but we still have an extra day's worth of games to be getting on with. We'll have to wait and see exactly where these teams do end up falling. Down towards the bottom of the overall rankings, of course, the Moneymakers, 41 points now. Na'Vi joining them there on 45. Heroic and IWNRX, who continue just to have lackluster performance after lackluster performance.
Yeah, I think for at least this week so far, I think the interesting thing comes in the fact that we've had some teams do great on separate days. We haven't had one team singularly be our top team throughout the entirety of this. It's always been like one team does pretty stellar work on their day, and then you'll have one other team do really great on another day, and in big chunks as well. So for Brute Force, it was a huge game for them there, John, which really sent them flying up towards the top of those tables.
Straight to the moon. Hopefully they will be able to get a couple more good games in tomorrow. We'll have to wait to see them back in the fold. But for now, we'll take a break. We'll come back with our second Erigel match number 3 of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Ama şey olmasın oğlum, cringe olmasın, neyse. Team Falcon şeyler değil oğlum, taplar
Onlar değil mi?
Onlar değil, hayır. Ya koy sonra, evet.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün yanımda Storm var.
Herkese merhabalar, ben IVNRX'ten The Wolf. Bugün Kane'le beraber takımları sıralayacağız.
Bugün Storm'la takımları sıralayacağız.
Dijital Athletics.
DA bence yükselen yıldız ya.
Çok bir başarıları yok ama bence Beşiktaş'ın yanına da girerler. O yüzden
Enigma Galaxy. Ben bunları seviyorum abi. Bunlar EMEA takımı ama...
girer ya.
Aynen, bence de girer. Ben seviyorum
Teknik
abi
takım
bunları.
bence o ya oradaki.
Evet, bence de.
Yani son zamanlarda iyi değiller bence. Yani önceden
de.
Brute Force, Brute Force'u ya da saygımızdan buraya atayım yani.
Bu da yeni bir takıma benziyor.
Evet.
Bakalım. Bu takım ne lan?
Bu takım... Ya koy sonra, evet.
Evet, geldik biz. Bence
Yükselene koy, evet.
Yıldızlar Ligi ve PMGO'da bence çok başarıları yok. O yüzden ben Dark Horse'a koyacağım.
S2G bence Brezilya'da iyi oynadılar. Bayağı. En iyi sıralamada onlardı. Bence Top Gun yani.
Evet.
Bence Top Guns'a girer.
Bence de girer.
Oyuncuları çok sağlam.
Yani GG var. Tecrübeli bir takım ama çok bir başarıları yok son bir senedir. Ya da şuraya koyacağım yani. Gene de ne yapacakları belli değil.
GG'yi 1'e koyarım ya. Geçmişine göre.
Aynen.
Reklam Karebra. Oyuncuları çok sağlam. Bence başarı yakalayacaklar.
Bence de.
Bence de Top Guns'a girer. Team Spirit.
Biz bunu şuraya koyabiliyor muyuz?
Aynen, onu oraya koyalım.
Tamam, biz...
IVNRX.
Onlar da iyi oynadılar Brezilya'da.
TR'den sonra şakaladılar aynen.
Tam 1-2 arası da. Bak nasıl yapalım biliyor musun?
Nasıl?
Bak tam 1-2 arasına koyalım.
Falcon. Ana Falcon iyi mi?
Değil
Falcon
de.
benim bildiğim iyi değil.
Tamam, sonra koyalım. Koy sana.
Bunlar boş team.
O zaman
yani.
o şunların yanına koy.
Evet.
Aynen.
Team Spirit. O Freya değil mi o?
2 ya da 3 diyorum.
Bence 3'e koyalım.
Team Spirit. Yine oyuncuları sağlam bu takımın. Ama
Bence
bence yine başarı yakalayamayacaklar bence. O yüzden ben Dark Horse'a koyuyorum.
Beşiktaş.
Ya çok
Yani-
büyük bir başarıları yok. O yüzden
Onların da ne yapacağı belli
ikinci sıraya
değil.
koyarım.
Aynen, o yüzden
Aynen.
hak ediyorlar bence.
Bence de. Fireflux. 2 kere Avrupa şampiyonu oldular.
Kansa girer ya.
Bence de Top Guns'a girer. Oyuncuları da sağlam.
Evet arkadaşlar, takım sıralamamız bu kadardı.
Bugün Kane'le beraber takımları sıraladık. Umarım beğenirsiniz.
Bu kadardı. İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Kendinize iyi bakın.
Görüşmek üzere.
Görüşmek üzere.
House
Erangel number 2. Erangel Boogaloo? Not sure.
Electric Erangel Boogaloo 2. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Straight into it.
Yeah, correct. Well done. You passed the test. We are going to be getting into match number 3 of the day, of course, here in the final days of games for 4 of our teams, Blank. It's going to be the last day we're going to see S2G, Enigma Galaxy, 3D Max, and Gladiators. Or certainly for this week. We will be seeing them again next week. Don't worry. It's not the final.
Say goodbye right now.
Say goodbye right this second. In fact, you don't get them at all. We're only playing with 12 teams in this next game. Now, of course, it is going to be their last days of games for S2G, Enigma Galaxy, 3D Max, and Gladiators. Gladiators putting up some numbers in that last game. Enigma Galaxy also surging into the lead with their noted advantage in terms of the number of matches they've actually played so far, but they are still in that number 1 spot. S2G as well. I feel like we haven't really seen too much from them over the course of today. They've been sort of invisible. They've been there. I feel like I've seen them, but not really having that much of an impact. 3D Max, they had a pretty decent game there as well. They managed to get 7 eliminations on the cards with a 4-person clean wipe on a hot drop.
Yeah, versus Heroic, that seemed like they just didn't stand a chance there, honestly. S2G looking pretty focused going into this game. I think S2G's got to be focused here. And they've only got so many games remaining for themselves. Looks like we're heading into Erangel pretty quickly. The plane path down towards the south side, John, just sweeping across over towards Milta Power, starting on the western side.
On the south cut as well. Teams looking to get to George should be okay. It's early on their side. Up to Kameshki, a little bit tougher, but I don't think we're going to have too many teams looking to branch out that way. Are we interested to see what the conflict is like over on the east side over vehicles in general? I'm imagining around that shelter area, potential for a little bit of a kerfuffle, a little bit of hot dropping going on. And if a team wants to break up towards Severny, then could be some trouble over towards the north side of Gatka as well. So we'll have to wait and see if teams are going to try and contest those locations or if they're going to go for backup drop locations as well. Looks like Heroic are out. They've been dissuaded from going back over towards Milta Power. This time, they've heard the Gladiators are pretty easy to deal with on Erangel, right? After just having won the entire match. So they are going to go and try and fight them, I guess, over towards South George.
Yeah, may as well get it done. Heroic's deciding that it wasn't worth it. Let's fight someone else instead. 3D Max will pick up their position in Milta Power. Milty Power? No, not that. Team Spirit dropping out over towards Farm, and IWNRX in Ferry Pier. A little bit further away from each other this time, which is why I mention it. Usually they do get into some kind of conflict early. But Effect being a little bit further over towards that eastern side, attempting to stay out of the purview from Zed Wolf, who has taken him down a fair few times, but just trying to pick up that vehicle nice and early and take it back on over towards Farm.
Trying to extricate themselves from one another. Fireflux potentially could have some shots over towards RCB. They're still in the parachutes. But no, they're not going to be able to find it. Ketch does have the weapon for it, though. Not going to be able to tag on. Not quite like Kitsuna the other day. They're just going to grab their buggy and get on out of there. Lux beeping the horn, getting impatient. No, not going to stop for the US. Okay, they're just going to carry on with the one. They don't want that one. Oh, there's a buggy further up the road. Ah, they had a plan all along.
Yeah, speed. Quiet. Especially getting over towards more fielded area once again. Those pictures, that's right. It's nice to go as well. You want to be able to be flying across those fields so you don't get shot out too easily. S2G making the long run up towards Yaz here. We'll get looted up. Probably could shift over towards the north side of the map actually and cut in past Besiktas. I do like what Besiktas is doing right now with a split over towards the western side of Rozhok with Poser currently holding in box compound over on that north island. So we'll be able to provide the information back just in case anyone does make that movement over towards that top side. So gives the opportunity of pretty good loot for Poser, 4 compounds to work with. 4 buildings to work with, sorry. And then also for the guys over towards that southeast side, they can just mooch up any loot that might be in that area. So it works out. It works out quite well.
First circle, again, bringing us out to that west edge. So repeating rotations for a lot of these teams to come on through. Maybe a little bit more pressure down the south. Hopefully the Moneymakers are going to have a better time of it as well. They went down entirely to nades last time, so they couldn't even see the whites of their enemies' eyes as they got demolished, decimated, and removed from the running. Still down in 20th place, and it's again them and IWNRX, the big changes from that first week, right? Moneymakers finished in 3rd place last week with 193 points. IWNRX 210 in 1st place on last week's standings. So the fact that they are all the way down over there in the unmentionable positions is pretty crap, really. They're not having a good time.
Yeah, I think it's comes back to what you were talking about, John, which is the case. This is the tournament's a marathon, not a sprint, and I think that Moneymakers kind of came out really hot out of the gate there, but they were doing so many of these crazy moves all the time that sort of shored up a lot of these teams' defenses as they thought to themselves, well, we've got to be really careful about these third parties, so people playing very cautious in this lobby now, which doesn't open up this edge play style as much anymore. And genuinely, it just feels to me like Moneymakers is a little bit tired on that side of things, not making those quick fire movements anymore.
Cold X backed off from the hillside by Frozen. The spray from the AUG landing on target. Zedwolf moving up to secure the flush. Thinks he's inside. No, he's not. He's on the outside. Not going to stop him, though. One chunk taken out of him with the SK-12 later. And there's a point in the back pocket of Frozen. Zedwolf hands it over to him. Dispatches it. And they're pretty chilling right now. IWNRX on the southwest side of this circle. It's gone okay. DA, not so much.
Yeah, DA haven't been able to put up those points. And again, for this team, this was a really good day in terms of... It was a value day, let's put it that way, for DA. Because they have all these games to profit over everyone else towards the top side of the lobby because they have less games that they've played total. And they just haven't found too many points on the day so far. Still making some fairly decent decisions. Nice nade from Lewis. Equally one that's sent back over towards him. But 2 players down now for the Gladiators.
Unfortunately, though, Besiktas playing quite split leaves just Kakali in this location to try and fend off the high ground here. Not really going to have the backup. And there's RCB who have an off angle. The Gladiators should just be able to take control of the top of Everest here. Finally, the rest of RCB are here, but too little too late, I'm afraid. Poser already low. RCB have been taking shots up this way the whole time. Kakali likely to be falling down here. And the Gladiators have a nice, easy time of getting on through. Kakali out to the nade from Meku.
Yeah, he gets caught on the backside there. Again, another team that really didn't want to be losing too many points here on the match. Split works out well. And to be fair, this is not exactly a play that's unknown, right? I think we've seen Gladiators push up this side quite a few times. In fact, I'm pretty sure Besiktas has got the drop over towards Gladiators quite a number of times on this position. What a nade, though, from AZ towards Loxy. S2G also getting involved, so while going down. RCB, they didn't want this fight. I think they should have been much more comfortable, just sat down towards the bottom side. Might be able to get their teammate back up.
Do you know what I think is going to happen? Besiktas are going to go up to this location. Gladiators are going to nade them out. RCB are going to go up to this location. Gladiators are going to nade them out. Oh, maybe not. But then I think S2G are going to go up to this location, and guess what I think is going to happen? I think the Gladiators are going to nade them out again. They have the high ground here. There's a lot of teams moving around. The flush goes over to AZ, so RCB have managed to put a dent in this. But I think S2G may have figured out things aren't going well for teams who move up into this location. It's not going to stop them, though, potentially. Let's send someone out to chase. Pamsy G, get back here. What are you doing?
I'm not sure on this, but I guess that you could take a position where RCB were playing before, right? Because no longer do they have the firepower to hold on to this spot.
I guess, yeah.
So S2G are like, we'll take the free compound. Sounds good to us.
It was quite comedic timing there, I thought, though. They were just seeing RCB go away, and it felt like a rabid dog let off the leash. Just like, come back here. I'm not done with you just yet. Trying to clamp his jaws down.
Yeah. Unfortunately, chasing the car didn't work. Wasn't quite able to bite round the bumper there. The circle moves down towards the south side too. Enigma Galaxy in a pretty central location. Again, Team Spirit and Enigma Galaxy very similar rotations from game to game. Getting very much caught between one another, tripping over each other's feet. So far, though, Team Spirit has been the one finding the worst of the falls there, flat on their faces. Hello, Tospic.
Uh-oh. Hamzy put down just in time for Tospic to be able to get out of this. I don't think the Gladiators have the angle. And he's going to get away on foot from Everest, which is not a simple task.
No, I mean, I think he wanted to shoot out the driver. That would have been ideal, right?
He's going back for more. They'll never
get eliminations, right? That's good.
I feel like Everest is such a bait for just continually making the same slightly flawed play. Like every team does similar things, and I guess Tospic is trying to capitalize on that. Gladiators potentially going to try and move through the same location. And Tospic ready for it.
Really thinking about it, I think he doesn't really have too many other options available to him either, right? Like, either try and run away off the top of the cliff or attempt to salvage the game slightly by getting a couple of points in the forms of eliminations, whilst Gladiators maybe don't have all the information, possibly a false sense of security as well, that they've cleaned out everyone from the top of this side of Everest. Looking at the circle, though, down towards the south here, you've got the northern fields around Gatka. Southern fields are still in. Quarry maintained by the Moneymakers. Yeah, it's an interesting position on the map. I think a lot of teams know that this one's going to get spicy again as well, the way the circle is heading. I think probably most teams will be quite happy with a western shift on the circle. There's a lot of areas you can play around that area. That still, if it heads directly center, teams are just going to continually crunch together here.
Some difficult, dangerous terrain on the southeast side. You can see all of those open fields can really start to put pressure on a lot of teams, reduces the number of teams that can play in it. This is a hard south shift, keeps the mouth of Quarry open, keeps the hills out there in as well. The Team Spirit compound on the north side of these hills as well. A pivotal location now again for them to try and control. So, okay, it was him that was on fire, not the car. And I thought he was going to be in a lot more trouble than he is. But he gets away with it.
Literally the Ghost Rider of PUBG Mobile.
Nicolas Cage. He's here to play.
All out of mercy.
That's a really old film now. You know, that's a retro film at this point.
Yeah, it's a great film. When Nicolas Cage still had hair, or at least pretended to.
I think he's still pretending to. Pretty sure.
Fair play to him.
Fireflux taking shots out on this northeastern side. Enigma Galaxy down close by to them. Onyx Ravens trying to flex out, but they pull back in. Elasticated retraction system to their compound. Gladiators coming a cropper. And it's IWNRX to look to do so. Tixie, the last to fall. 7 eliminations now for IWNRX. Come on, okay. Let's start to speed things up for them.
Yeah, this is a much, much better game from them. And with all 4 players still alive is great stuff. Sard from Power will once again be a useful sub into the team. Kante not playing today. Opting not to go for that off-angle specialist. Sard's already had some pretty positive results, though, within the match. Which is nice to see.
Power.
Shots from S2G, though.
not quite landing. And Power, one of the teams that are looking to place on that podium. I mean, after their earlier week's performance, they weren't in yesterday when Brute Force had their standout, where DA also were able to rack up all those points, but now they're back in. They want to try and keep up that pace after the break that they had in the middle of the week. Try and keep them in the running. DA, again, losing yet another player to Moneymakers of all teams this week. That is not ideal, and they continue their streak of slightly lackluster results, which is the team who had the highest average points per match coming into this by quite a margin. Now had 3 bad ones on the trot. Going to really put blemish on those numbers.
Yeah, those profits are going down significantly. Swain finds Al-Haji. God, IWNRX switched on this game, apparently. Sard getting flushed out too, so up to 8 eliminations now. Probably close to a 9th, because getting Al-Haji out from this situation is going to be certainly difficult.
Ooh, gets it. That's a med kit. Okay. He was timing that one pretty close to the wire. Kine moving up. Fidel not quite able to get the spray down here. Circle shifts northwest and keeps that Team Spirit compound in. S2G as well, going to be playing very, very central. They started making that move just as the circle popped, and they will be taking up a position just to the north of the compound that sits at the mouth of Quarry, up on what is basically the high ground of this entire circle.
It's an interesting push that Team Spirit's able to make, because I think that both 3D Max and Nigma Galaxy type of teams that would want to take this, but Nigma Galaxy once again going for an interesting rotate up towards that northeast side, but dispatched by guys coming through on 3D Max here. Al-Haji has a bad time of it, but is rewarded with a present in the form of a loot drop. Sally goes down to Na'Vi. They can take control of this location. Onyx Ravens attempting to hold on to quite a bit of space from the circle. But again, you got to remember that there is not a lot of compounds, not a lot of positions available in this ending circle. So anyone on that eastern side likely to want to take one of these positions. I think for Onyx Ravens, they had to decide either down towards that south side ridge, or play in towards this position. But honestly, it's not going too badly for Ali. I think this is mainly skill that's allowing this to work, though, John.
3D Max have also got a pincer on the south side. They took down Axa on the backlines. Ali just turning around, getting away from it, up into the hills. Potentially a little bit more profit on this match from doing so, but Six rips him out of the vehicle just in time. Will be flushed away. There we go. Just had to go for the tap shot in the end, but it is going to go their way nonetheless. Na'Vi. Is it going to happen again? Are they down 2 players on the knock and going to be able to get everyone back up? Maybe not, because Snowick's still glaring demonically down at them.
Onyx Ravens, 2 players, in comes 3D Max. They've heard the commotion. Players are still being rezzed here, John. This is not a good time for this to be going on. Nice volley as well onto Gonzo. Six starts things off extremely strong here.
Wants to look for the flushes and will be able to find both of them. 3D Max cut in half very quickly. Narvalo with the DPS with 6 to challenge. Will get a big chunk out of his health bar, but not get the knock just yet. Narvalo still looking for that heal. No, steps out. Snowick's trying to hop on through, but there's a Bucky in the way of the door, and Gonzo turns him away. Na'Vi now have Snowick's to deal with, and he's putting the hurt down. Will wipe them away, but it's only 2 players for 3D Max as Narvalo gets res. Is there a third party? I don't think Team Spirit are looking to crash just yet, but they've got an option now to move further southeast.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad compound to control either. That could have been such a good fight there for 3D Max. Just dropped the ball a little bit during the middle of that fight. Good defense from Na'Vi. Looking a lot better today for Na'Vi. I think, honestly, anything that's positive looks a bit better for Na'Vi at this point in time.
It's a very fair assessment, I think. I'm still thinking about IWNRX this match. And they are certainly putting up better numbers so far. 8 eliminations. And access to the west side of the hills, right? You've got these 2... S2G have got some of the strongest high ground in this next part, but it's sort of in a saddle between the northwest and the east side, where Onyx Ravens have just left, where IWNRX could potentially push up towards if power allow them in. So I'm looking at those 2 points and thinking if IWNRX can make that northwest point work for them. Toshbek eating a bit of damage there and a bit more as well, as Solke tosses a follow-up to get the knock and leave Besiktas on one player now active. Poser trying to stay alive, but the Sharks are circling.
Poser out on the edge angle, but there is a shot from behind. Good play there from Ketch, and Besiktas at 1 elimination, 1 point found on the game. Team Spirit lobbing some nades in. That one looked very close to Kelsey. We didn't quite get in through the doorway. Effect has one more nade to work with. Naomi sweeping all the way over towards that northeast side, so slightly split off from the rest of the team. Nade goes through towards the back line. Does a lot of damage for Ray Z, but it will be the second that takes down CEO later.
Yet to get rezzed. Nomi. Nade in hand, cooking. Ray Z moving. SK12 pumps one. Ray Z taken down by the spray strafe across the door by Effect. And Team Spirit continue to hold this under their control. IWNRX maybe wanted a third party here. Kelsey and CEO later out back now by the buggy. But it goes up in flames, and Naomi sends Kelsey to an early grave. CEO later taken away as well. I think both of them fell in one fell swoop there, and Team Spirit looking quite healthy and can fend off an aggressive push by IWNRX. A nice clean hold for Team Spirit on the north.
Yeah, that was very clean for them versus S2G, and gives them more room to work with now. Twisted Minds looking over towards the guys from Fireflux. Ketchu is really putting up a good fight here. Looks to find one more. Yusuf low, but able to pull out the DPS in time to deal with Ketch.
Just about able to get away with it. Lux, last player standing for Fireflux. Trying to rotate through. Moneymakers maybe looking for an angle or to use this distraction to get ahead. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to get that foothold further in. But across the ridge, it is just a downhill descent. Fireflux still just with Lux active, moving up on in. And Dammy knows. He's got that nade, launches it around the side. The cook's just a little bit too long. He's waiting for that ridge line, but the backup now here for Twisted Minds. The res not coming through just yet. And a really slow roll down for Jafar leads him into a challenge with Lux, and he's going to win that one out too. Twisted Minds take down Fireflux, and they can play on this eastern point. They're moving along this ridge, and I like this ridge for them. 3D Max didn't have the opportunity to get up in time, and they are playing as two, so won't be able to challenge it too well either.
Hey man, slow roll down, but at least he was accurate, right? He found his mark. Took a little while to do it. Swain actually gets knocked on the outside edge here. IWNRX taking a couple of shots. This Moneymakers who are finishing them off. Team Spirit rocks up towards the lip. There will be a knockover towards Frozen. Nomi immediately finds one more, just as Ed Wolf, and easily taken out.
Team Spirit.
Good play there from Team Spirit.
Back to play again. IWNRX, though, a successful match today is on the cards for them. And look at that, they're up into 7th. Well, they were in 17th place before, I think. But they are in 17th place still. And maybe looking to jump up over the Onyx Ravens. But they're still in the match. They're still live and kicking with two of their players active on the northeast side. Team Spirit begin to look to sweep through. Moneymakers next up on the menu. And I don't think that Team Spirit are going to want to go anywhere other than down south towards this hold. But it's going to be a difficult approach. Look at the angles that Bishke holds. They're almost forced into playing on this west edge and swinging down low. But Kitsune might have other plans. He's playing an off angle out to the east. Perhaps they hold their nerve and actually just go right into the midst of it all.
Team Spirit could make that play. It'd be a difficult one. Again, they're coming off a bit of a high here. They might have heard the shots coming through from Moneymakers, so should have a general idea of where they're playing. I think, honestly, if you are Team Spirit, as a 4, at this point in the game, you're sort of confident in your ability to take a fight. But this would be the best plays to remove Moneymakers off this high ground that you highlighted earlier, John.
Could be quite valuable. And it looks like they're going to go headlong into it. Already a bit of damage found. Effect sailing wide with the buggy, drawing out shots, giving positions away. Koa is there. Right on this ridgeline with the DBS and the M4 in hand, but a lot of damage sent his way. Naomi crawling across. Bishke, Havlik right out in the off angle. Not really able to help on this direct conflict. Only needs to find value with these long-range suppressive shots. They're keeping their south flank safe with him. The nades continue to go through, but no picks either way. Koa able to get some healing done. Fades away on the nade, but spotted. The spray from Kitsune takes him low again. Another tag on as well. They just can't find him. He's too evasive. He's too slippery. Only bandages left, though. Effect dodges the nade damage, cooking one of his own. Nomi launches one through. They're starting to get rebuffed. In comes Onyx Ravens as well. Look at the sail that they're going for. Could be a third-party engagement here on this western side of the map. Smokes continue to keep the pressure towards Moneymakers.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit at the moment have sort of dragged out a lot of utility and supplies from the Moneymakers. And like you're saying before, just bandages. First aid kit, just the one on Biscay. So they have been through the wars, but don't have too much loot to show for it. No nades on Naomi, though. Pretty clinical with them, but wasn't able to find too much there. And there's Onyx Ravens, like you were talking about before, John. They find a pick off onto Naomi behind, which is really awkward.
And Effect goes down on the front as well. They distracted Team Spirit, and it's caused all sorts of mayhem. Not taking shots at them. They're waiting for them to hop out, I guess, but it's 1-for-1 on the trade. Lath has Naomi to worry about now. Kitsune crawling back. Moneymakers don't want to let this one go, though. In the meantime, Snowix is sending across as well. Naomi still there. Nade being cooked for Lath. He launches it long. Naomi does not get the spray, and now he has the Moneymakers up top to worry about as well. Kitsune bleeding out all the while. And they want more. There's the nades coming through. The Moneymakers have the back of Lath, and Naomi gets the spray down, moves up to Kitsune, but Bishke takes him out of the running entirely. Naomi now left alone for Team Spirit.
That is tough there. And it's surprising, because I think they make the right call, which is to leave Naomi behind. He's your best player by far to hold off on the backside, but I just don't think he spotted or saw the guys from Onyx Ravens coming. Some nice smokes here being sent out. I believe those were from Naomi. Smokes remaining. Will he get away with it? He does, and all. Naomi gets down into cover, but probably not for long. Buggy will explode here.
Yeah, no.
Havlik finds him. A third place, nonetheless, not bad for Team Spirit.
Could think of worse fates, right? 8 limbs, third place. Pretty good, all things considered. But now it's Twisted Minds and Moneymakers to go toe-to-toe. Right now, the bottom line is looking pretty healthy for the Moneymakers in a 3v4. Just misses with the front left tire there. They sail around wide, but the shots from Icy in the back line are good. Koa is traded off, never alone. Only gets the one on his forward position, leaving one player on the back line for Twisted Minds. Havlik still alive on that vehicle means that they can start to establish everything that they need. This hillside, this ridge, this position will be the terminus of our game. Bishke goes down, and Yusuf does have a first aid, but there's a nade, there's a shotgun, and there's Moneymakers taking a chicken dinner, racking up 11 eliminations on the game as well at a much-needed juncture. They've been having a real rough time of it, but they have been treated to a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, the elation isn't really there for them. I mean, they've been waiting for a game like this for a while, right? There we go. There's a bit of happiness. Because it hasn't been super astonishing, right, in terms of their performance compared to what we've seen from this type of team. But it's good that they finally get something on the board. Yeah.
Some relief, I think, on the faces of those players. It's fair to say they have really been through the mill as it goes. So getting a high elimination count as well, also similarly great boost for the morale. Good game for Team Spirit after what has been maybe a little bit of a drop-off, but they keep those numbers up and posted. Twisted Minds as well, continuing to get into some pretty late game positions and continuing to get a bit of value from today's game. So it's good to see that a team that we kind of discounted week one has been able to do quite a lot more this week, this time around. IWNRX as well. It's been a game of teams who needed these points being able to get it. 3D Max, Twisted Minds, IWNRX, Team Spirit, Moneymakers, all of them very happy to get over 10 points here.
It's funny because this is the top 3 spots here is what we would have expected to be seeing coming from week 1, right? These are our 3 teams that were really bringing the heat in that week 1. And it's been a while since we've seen them up towards the top side of the lobby. But here they are. Moneymaker's been able to capitalize off the back of Team Spirit getting crunched behind by the Onyx Ravens. Again, I don't think they saw that one coming. And I'd like to see how Nomi went down there, because he's not the player that you would expect to take such a beating from these guys.
I mean, that was the Onyx Ravens off angle kind of played spoiler quite effectively against that Team Spirit position. I think without that knock on the back line, it would have gone a very, very different way potentially, and they'll have to just go again. They do still get quite deep into the game, so we're happy with that. Overall, I'm interested to see what that's going to do to the overall standings as well, because we have had potentially a bit of a shift up. Here are the stats for Team Spirit. As Naomi did top in all metrics. I suppose bottom technically in damage received, but still, I suppose that's technically the best.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit didn't have a bad game here. Again, you can get third-partied anytime, anywhere, and especially on that side of the ridge line, it's really difficult. Let's take a look at overalls and how things have shaped up now coming in towards the very much more than halfway point of the tournament, John.
Yeah, we have managed to leapfrog in the league stages as well over that halfway mark. 3D Max up into second place. I'm happy to see that. DA getting pushed out just a little bit, but they still have got all 6 matches in favor for them against those teams ahead of them. Brute Force going a little bit lower. Next up will be Team Spirit to try and jump up on over as well once they start to equalize on those points. In terms of, equalize on those matches played. Team Spirit still keeping nice and consistent. The second highest average team so far in the lobby. So really good to see that they're able to keep this one going.
Yeah, absolutely be able to keep it going, which is really good. I think for S2G, almost at the end of their game week here, 101 points. I think this team sort of wanting to end up around about 4th place, but they have just fallen off a little bit. Some of these rotations are going through, but not able to capitalize a lot of times on those points, because in a weird way, I think S2G has been getting to around about 8th, 9th place, 6th, 7th place in quite a few of our games so far, John, but they're not much further than that. So it's not like they're doing terribly where they're going out in 11th to 12th, so we're talking about it all the time. But they're also just not doing well enough to put points on the board.
Yeah, not quite well enough to draw attention, not bad enough to draw attention either. They are just in the Goldilocks zone right now, although it's not. It's a little bit far from perfect, I would say. Yeah, it's not just right. It is a little bit of maybe an eigen value, an eigen point, I believe it is, in a field where it's a net 0.4. So I have to double check my physics on that one. I'm not up to date on my differential equations, but we're going to be taking difference from this game. We're going to be taking
a break.
That's right.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
We are going to see a little bit more close range hand-to-hand TDM combat plank. It's time to ramp up your warehouse skills and see if you're able to get to the 40-point mark before your opponents. Yesterday, we had our MVP. It was DA who were able to take that title, with Scarface putting in a surprisingly overperforming Brute Force, who had a massive day on their own part. So DA got the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, performing better than Chudo as well as Neos, who both did insane work yesterday. So kind of confusing he was able to do that, but at the same time, great work from him. Very pleased to see it. I believe they challenged off versus Enigma Galaxy. So pretty tough little challenge going through for DA and see what they can get done. Sliding, nades, everything been thrown in here at the old TDM halfway mark.
Galaxy? I'm just thinking, because I feel like that was Team Spirit who went for that challenge against Enigma Galaxy.
I think they went for Enigma Galaxy Again.
Third Enigma Galaxy challenge. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait and see. Here are the TDMs that we've had so far. We're on to TDM number 7. You can see as we go down the list. So far, everybody who has challenged a team has won it, except for Virtus Pro. They were just about pipped to the post by Na'Vi there. You can see in match number 3, 40-39. So it did go all the distance in every single one of our matches so far. Not going to be running out the clock on this one.
Oh, football is chaos. There we go.
There we are. Okay. I feel like I would have remembered after all that build-up as well yesterday, right? As to who they were challenging. I mean, I couldn't quite remember.
I was somewhere else at the end of the game there.
Yeah, no, we were halfway out the door. DA, though, will be getting that challenge on board, and they took on Footballist Chaos for their TDM chance. Of course, $500 on the line for the winning team.
Yeah, we'll see who wins. Bit of rivalry going on. Only 2 red hoodies today. Interesting.
50% red hoodie rate.
Yeah. Yesterday there was 3. Maybe they get to wear 1 more of the black jackets every time they do good.
It's a treat.
Lots of blasting, not a lot of eliminating going on. There we go.
Oh,
there's one.
Nice. I think we're currently at a 300 rounds to elimination ratio.
Yeah. And a little bit slow to start things off.
Okay, speeding up with 2 more. DA adding to their tally ever so slightly.
No! Where have the nades gone? And the sliding?
Oh, very sad.
Not again.
Do you think the challenged team gets to set the rules or something?
Oh, maybe?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. We'll try and find out for you because the format seems to be changing every other day.
It's confusing. It is confusing. But right now, 5 all on the score lines for this TDM. And that's all I have to say about that.
It'll be slower because obviously no nades and a lot more camping can be done in this type of game mode.
Yeah, you get out to a 2-3 point lead and all of a sudden your motivation to move forwards stagnates. As you should. You can see, I mean, DA don't need to pressure right now. Foot Chaos definitely do, but they even up. And that is 11 points now. It's very much back and forth, and I feel like we see this every single time with teams only able to eke out like a 1 or 2 point lead, and then as we start to get to the mid to late 20s, that's when the differences start to be made on those 2 elimination counts, because it's just going blow for blow at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's typically how it is. I mean, when you've got no sliding, no nades involved, all that fun stuff, and just the Scar L. I wouldn't say this is probably the weapon of choice for most teams either. And it's kind of just trading, right? Who can trade better than the other team?
It's so loud, but it's just quite slow on the eliminations, I feel like, every time. I'm surprised. All these crossfires being established everywhere, an angle to be worried about. Finally, a little bit of a lead starting to stretch. 21-17 for DA.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot of pre-firing of angles, right? You can sort of sit still for a lot of this. You peek out for too long.
DA with the 1 point lead now back in. Foot Chaos able to resurge somewhat. Still 2 points in the lead. I mean, we're up to 23 now. We'd expect to start to see a wider gap than just 2 at this stage, and that's what they want to put up on the boards. Opening up to 4. 25, 26, 27. Very quickly racking up these differences now. Perfectly placed. No Storm is there. Should be an easy spray for Scarface. The MVP candidate himself will be traded off by Doka Machine, but 7 points now in the lead for DA.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. EA, though. Still just taking shots. 31 points, so looking good.
They keep it going. 7 points.
Yeah, they do keep it going.
That's what it's about. Momentum, pressure. To be able to put yourself in the position to get some legendary plays around the corner. Looks like Foot Chaos managed to line one up there. Close the gap
bring
somewhat.
it back slightly.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
29 to 32. They're feeling the power. They're unleashing the beast a bit, but might be too late because DA, their beast's already out.
Yeah, that's not getting put back in any kind of cage anytime soon.
Don't want to be
Bit
put
of a
back in the
1v1
tin.
between Nico and Kairos. It doesn't go well for Nico there. 5 eliminations. I think at this point you can kind of call it, right? Usually.
Trade off now.
Yeah. 4 eliminations. Unless something drastic happens.
Oh.
Something drastic is happening.
Potentially. 34. Need to get the trade, and actually, as Falconist eats the majority of the damage, all you need is those 3 elims now. But they're just being denied. I feel like Foot Chaos have really closed ranks around this final throw point. Storm. Playing behind this block. They're not willing to step forwards. They do have 4 minutes to play with, so they do not need to rush just yet. Coldex pre-firing. Or sees the pre-fire anyway and just steps out right into that hailstorm of bullets. Nearly gets an limb for his trouble. Falconist looking for the heal up. Ammo is going to be an issue soon. Teams are going to have to start to step forwards.
Yeah, can't keep this up all day. EA. It's holding back. This is what, you don't have any nades, you can't clear out these positions. Just make things awkward. Just sort of a standoff between 2 teams.
Okay.
Kairos makes the first step, which is
Okay.
nice to see from him.
Okay. Here
Yeah,
we
I mean,
go.
at some point, someone had to pull the trigger. I like that.
Oh, Kairos moves forwards. They still need the trade. 38 points now for Foot Chaos. I thought it was all done and dusted, but a nice rally behind them leaves 2 points. 1 point now needed for Foot Chaos. 2 points for DA. There it is. Golden elimination now, and DA wanting to find the shots. It's Scarface, the MVP himself, to bring it back to sanity. Foot Chaos gave them a good run there right at the end, but DA maintained towards the end. They're able to take it home. 40 points on the board for Chaos. Just a measly, a paltry 39. Really quite
Yeah,
wimpy
it's not-
compared to that gargantuan 40.
Yeah, not included at all. But yeah, well done. Very, very well done, DA. Congrats, well done.
$500.
Hopefully they can bring that same kind of performance to the other games. The important games of the day.
Let's talk about that record as well. 30 points they were able to get last time against IWNRX, who got 40 against them. And DA just were nowhere to be seen that TDM either. So great stuff for them to be able to come back in and take $500 from the total prize pool pot.
Cheeky. Just grab the old backpack and
I'll take those $500.
get out of there afterwards.
Yeah, that's quite nice to see those $500. But we're going to be taking a short break. While we come back, we'll have the next match of the PMSL EMEA. Do not go anywhere because more is yet to come. The final day for Group D. Who's going to be able to make it towards the top of the tables? It remains to be seen. See you in a few. Judgment Day for Group D here in Week 2, as it will continue on our 3rd edition of Erringel. That's right, we're going into match number 4 on the day. We are going to be heating things up for the teams in Group D. S2G, Enigma Galaxy, 3D Max, and Gladiators with their last chances to score points. Moneymakers looking a little bit more cheery than maybe they have done all week right now, because they have had a resurgence. They've had that chicken dinner. Can they use that to catapult themselves to some more strong results today and tomorrow as well?
Now, it's time to unleash the beast from within its cage. We've got the key, and you can also check out that cage and unlock the beast for yourself over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. That's Monster Energy, our official sponsor here over at the PMSL EMEA. Twisted Minds looking pretty happy. Oh, put those noise cancelling headphones back on again.
Yeah. Keep those on. Keep those on.
No
Keep
cheating.
it going. Twisted Minds, I feel like, have had some pretty successful days recently. Certainly better than their first week. They've had a chicken dinner so far this week as well. They've had a couple of 2nd, 3rd place, 4th place high placements in the matches that we've seen them in. That weird sort of niche edge sweeping style where they're sequestering themselves until quite late and playing for that late game is working for them right now. So I'll be interested to see if that continues to be the case, or if teams are going to start to pay attention to it and be a little bit more prescient, a little bit more mindful to those locations and watch out for them somewhat slightly more.
Yep. But over towards Erangel. And Milton Power up towards North George. So I'm just checking that my lights aren't on fire.
Okay.
right now.
Is it very warm? Is there something? Is it?
Yeah.
Is the
also,
light flickering? Are you okay? Do you need a fire extinguisher? Should I call someone?
I smell burning.
Okay, well, you go check that out for a minute.
Let's turn those off.
Yeah, you
For a little
go.
bit.
You go check that out for a minute. You need one of those desk fans just positioned behind it. Goodness me. I hope you're okay. Health and safety first, of course. But whilst we get into this one,
Look, these put in a shift the past couple of weeks.
Absolutely, kind of out of nowhere as well, because we've been off for quite a while. You know, we've not since.
I've demanded a lot from them.
Yeah, exactly. Right, and all of a sudden, I know it's crazy.
You want these lights on all day, do you? The hell?
Oh yeah, you reckon? All right. Fair enough. Well, let's not try and keep it nice and cool. We're heading in with a plane path from Power down up over towards Georgia Pole. A little bit up. Let's go with that one. 3D Max out early. Heroic nowhere to be seen. They might challenge out against the Gladiators in South Georgia again. Or they might go a little bit further.
Someone let us win a hot drop. For the
Right.
love of all that is heroic.
They are certainly looking pretty normal right now, not quite meeting up to the standards of heroic. Onyx Ravens, they've got a hot drop to handle. Vigor's very late into this fight. Popping off with a revolver, but not going to be able to do so successfully here. Has a pump action, has the Mini 14. Salo very late on the ground as well. Lewis wants to stop him getting in the building, but he's already upstairs, picked up an Uzi. That might do well against this SLR. On the outside, though, it's not going to work out. Besiktas just picking up points right now. The Onyx Ravens, veritable farm for them. There's the last player. 4 points for Besiktas.
Easy.
Very.
Fortunately for Onyx Ravens, we get
2
too many
players.
points on this game.
Just the 2 players that took them all down there.
Yeah, good play from old Besiktas. That'll give them some of the much-needed points that they have been failing to pick up recently.
I mean, they had a pretty solid Sanok. Got a decent chunk of points so far.
Hey, thought you correct me.
I'm sorry, yes. Besiktas have been doing terribly. And they've done really well just there.
Moneymakers, on the other hand, I think they're moving down on the south coast. To the south coast, sorry. I thought they were going to start things off a little bit further over towards that northern side, but no, just picking up some vehicles on that western coast there after the plane path. Didn't give them too much opportunity to get down towards Primorsk early on. But a bit more of a nice little circle for these teams this time. I always think it's really awkward towards that western side for a lot of squads, especially when you're playing third person as well, because it does force you sort of into a bit of a prone position play style.
Yeah.
Over in that area of the map. But yeah, over towards this side, a lot more compounds available, a lot more high ground play. Still requires skill on the western side. I'm not saying it doesn't. It's just some minor mistakes can lead to some pretty major disasters.
Yeah, and for teams in pretty solid positions as well, right? It's one of those positions where snakes can survive for quite a while, but if you're a full squad and you make that poor play, it just bumps you down in 9th place, right? And that's...
yeah, you're like, wait, there's only 10 players in the lobby. How am I in 9th?
Exactly. Like, how's this happened? I've not even got any placements for this. This is madness.
No. This is Gakka Fields.
Solid farmer's boot to the chest there.
Yeah, exactly. Tough old leather. DA up towards Kameshki. That's what a farmer's boot's made out of.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you said something else. Okay. Tough old
What do you
leather.
think I
right.
said?
Do you know what? Doesn't matter.
Okay. I can't even discern what you might have heard.
No, neither can I. Exactly.
All right, cool.
Team Spirit on the south side, they do have quite a lot of options here on a circle like this. They're close to central. There's potential to move up to Potato Hill towards the north side, play on the east edge of Pachinki as well, maybe try and guard out that sort of area. As we got a replay on this drop. One in, Vigors now, next in. Then Saleh, whilst Vigors is in a bad position, goes in. And then Ali with the vehicle.
Guys, please, stop fighting them.
They just don't have it. And I mean, what are you going to do about it? I mean, it's just not well coordinated here. You think, okay, we've lost that player. Divert. Let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, that was sort of more like a 2v1 and then a 1. And then a little bit later, another 1. Oh, and there's the parachute. That's the last one. Team Spirit, though. Fight between them and Enigma Galaxy. This is an important fight, actually. Purely because this is the engagement that can open up much more potential angles towards the later game. Straight through the fire. Lord does not care. The rest of the team nowhere nearby. So for Enigma Galaxy, it should be a good game now. I think Team Spirit wants to try and close this out if they can. They know that Coops is down, but Fireflux is also rotating through. With a nade from Lufa.
Big nade.
That's a strong one from Nomi.
Oh, that's not quite as strong. Nomi Molotovs himself. A little bit of a mishap there. Doesn't take any burning damage, though. Did manage to notice his mistake early. The shattering glass, a bit of a giveaway there. And Nomi gets taken down. This is the off angle coming through from Fireflux on the north. Oh, dear. All going haywire for Nomi after that Molotov. He forced himself out of the building. That cover, vital to keeping him alive.
Yeah, a bit of a sad one. Ketch is like, here you go, Enigma Galaxy. You can have this fight. Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, what they intended to do there was to grab at least one more knock and then potentially get up to 4 elims before calling it a day in the game, or at least 3. Now just Kitsune. Last left alive. 4 nades, though. You know, there is potential to be done. For something to be done with this. Be difficult. Power, IWP NRX seems to be pretty regular.
Power yet to take the fight fully, but they have opened up the cannons now towards IWNRX. Both teams pretty happy with their loadouts right now. Got some decent looting on board. Kitsune is still alive for Team Spirit, but big question mark on this game for them. It is a bit squonky.
Yeah, I mean, either way, they've actually caught up relatively towards DA, right? And I think that for them, that's kind of a good benchmark to stay on side with. they're definitely not shooting off like Team Rocket, but at least still able to put up the points between game to game. I don't think we've seen Team Spirit have a 0-pointer in quite a while, to be honest.
Oh, it's a pretty rare occurrence.
Yeah. So they're always chipping away. Still definitely a worry for their finals, because there does seem to be a fair few times where, although Team Spirit puts up good points, it's just a few points here and there. Ooh. That is a lovely bounce. He's not able to finish it. It is a 1v2 now, though, and he knows it.
Yeah, I mean, you know that res is going through, though. That's the thing. Does allow him to reposition, potentially get out and disengage from this. I think the engine on the vehicle started there, so that might let Enigma Galaxy know that he's trying to do something.
Make him think that he's left.
Interesting. They are nading off very different positions, but he's just gone straight back in. Exactly where he was before. That's not quite as pretty as the last nade. They're worried. Lord's on the roof.
One last one. Yeah, I like that play from Lord. I wonder if he spotted it.
Is very exposed, though, to this western flank, and if IWNRX rock up to this, Lord is a sitting duck. IWNRX currently are close to the west, about 300, 400 meters out as it stands, but Kitsune has been spotted now, does go for the vehicle. Lufa's on the chase. He wants a piece of this pie. Popping out, looks for the spray with the M4. In a position to do so, tags one. Looking for a second, but in comes some shots, I think, from the backline. I think that is IWNRX starting to have an impact here. Kitsune getting away from this one. Ralph, actually, maybe looking for a little bit of a chase here.
Yeah, not letting him leave easily. Looks also in a similar situation. Kitsune is on a desperate maneuver.
He's on a knife's edge of cover right now as well. Diverting. We'll hear this vehicle approaching. Didn't see it? Question mark? No, he's just diverting. Okay, he just wants to turn away from it. He knows that he's in trouble.
Yeah, really trying to find a spot that might be free to play in, but there isn't a lot in this area. Potentially a shack or two, but again, because there isn't a lot of area to play here in this center region, you're likely to see a couple of squads already in those shacks. Just doing the old roundabout, waiting for the stims to get him back up to full HP before he makes a crash.
Catch. No Kitsune's here. He doesn't want to stop, because as soon as he does, I mean, that's when you become an easy sitting target as a solo player. So rolling around, I mean, it does give your position away quite a lot, but perhaps the safer play right now for Kitsune. The difficulty will be when he runs out of fuel. That's pretty nasty. A very hard northern shift, moving up to the hills to the north of Pachinki, the northeast of Pachinki, out to the east of school. A lot of open ground there as well. Very difficult positions now for a lot of these teams to try and manage.
But manage it, they'll have to. Not a lot of our squads down towards the southwest side, which is a bit of a glut in terms of players have anywhere to go here other than through each other. You got Matic already down outside in the field. Moneymaker's making a very quick rotate up towards that northern side. Funnily enough, practically the entirety of the northern side of the circle is free. But you doubt whether a lot of these teams on the south side are going to be opening up space for teams to rock on through.
If I'm Moneymakers,
to be...
if I'm Moneymakers, I go for a position around that. I mean, school actually is open. I would have thought maybe go to the hill to the east of Roshok further and try and play on that side, but they might just pull up in school.
Yeah, possibly worried that there's already a team there. RCB have just slowly but surely fell over. I don't really know what happened this game for them. They're just hemorrhaging players. IWNRX going to make that play that you mentioned earlier, going a little bit further up towards that north side. Again, it could end up over towards the northwest still, which would be the worst thing to happen for a lot of these squads to be forced to make a big old migration. I think Enigma and Alexi know generally where Kitsune is now. I mean, that makes it a free push, right? If you hunt him down, he sees in a compound, you know that's a 3v1, likely to be able to get that approach, and give yourself a spot within the circle.
RV. Trying to play around these dips, but they're right on the edge. I mean, normally you do want the dip on the crust, but not in this case. The garlic's a bit off on this one. They're going to have to get a bit further into the circle. D8 ahead of them.
Hate it when my garlic's off.
It's the worst, isn't it? When it's slightly bitter, when it's been overcooked. Ugh.
Ugh, disgusting.
Rubbish.
Garlic, elioli.
I think that...
I cannot pronounce the line.
You've been working on your Italian. That's really good.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci.
Oh, yeah. That's what... I think it's... Grazie. Grazie.
Yeah, that one.
Grazie mille.
Oh, yeah. Big thanks.
Big 1,000 thanks.
Big thanks, yeah.
DA just got a hell of a shift. They are saying grazie mille to the circle right now.
Oh, they will. They will. With the old... You know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I was doing it as well. I know exactly what you're doing. With the Italian hands. Come on.
The Italian chef hands right now. Yeah. Big old grazie mille. Million thank yous on the circle.
Only 1,000. Come on.
Million.
Oh, dear.
I just say it like my dad does on holiday, and it's just correct.
Loudly and in English with the Italian hands. Yeah, that's a classic British maneuver. That.
Poor accent on it, loud, enunciated, and misunderstood.
Fidan, looking to try and play this one solidly. Bit of a wonky accent from Heroic on this, but they can't decide what they're doing there. I think they Molotov that just now.
Do we go up? Do we go down? Let's cut them off. And also cut ourselves off. Just two players though, Sard and Fidan.
In they go.
Should be an easy approach.
Fidan lights up for the crossfire. They are falling like flies.
Was that?
A awful play from Heroic. Like, what are you doing?
Oh
dear. That was really quite horrendous. Great crossfire, but they just didn't check the corner. Oh well, Fireflux now up and with a challenge from 2 players left from Gladiators, as the nades did ring out earlier. All players from Fireflux active now on the southwest side, but in come the Moneymakers for a third party. They're sailing on the south, they're swinging through, they've left school, and they are trying to graduate here with a fight against Fireflux, who have managed to take out most of Gladiators, and there's Ketch hopping out, another knock over onto another player, but who's that? An off angle comes on in. I'm not entirely sure who the Moneymakers are fighting, but looks like it might be Fireflux themselves with it. Off angle to play with. Bishkek steps on a landmine there. A bouncer through the windows. Good for Soulcake. 2 players active for Fireflux.
Okay. That's a native zone. Probably just looking for a confirm here. Not great. Koa finishes the job. There's a lot of fire in there. Look, sends a grenade over. AZ finished off by DA. Koa looking to finish off this engagement. 2 players down here for the Moneymakers. 1 res should be going through. Fireflux fairly on the hurt side.
Koa is keeping them in the corner here, and you can see the res is starting to come through for Moneymakers, but Koa wants to do it all himself. Not good for it, though. Unfortunate timing on that. Swings the corner, and Lux steps forwards. He shut Koa in with him. He was daring Bishke to step forwards. Lux not going for the flush just yet. Are they? There's no way that they allow Koa to live here, right? There's no shot. Lux, please. Okay, they just don't go for the flush. Not yet. There's the spray. Bishke out in the open. A nice hop up from Ketch. Gets the spray down. And again, Moneymaker's down to 2. It is a 2 versus 2 in the blue zone enveloping Koa. He might just be resable if they're lucky. But there's the suppression. There's the smoke. Can they stick it? Havlik goes for it. Nade in,
Would be a
catch.
good nade,
That's going to
actually.
get it. That's surely getting it. And a knock onto Havlik.
Oh, this is a very good recovery from Ketch and Lux here, despite them being on basically nil HP. Is that both of them? That was a very well placed grenade. And at a very important time for him, just as the circle stops pushing. 5 eliminations now found for the Moneymakers. S2G down towards that south side in a compound of their own. 3D Max, again. Second place right now, John, funnily enough.
This is their last game day, though.
Yeah. Still, either way, it's not been horrid for this team. Yeah, this was what I like to call the reverse pork sausage, because they put it on the flames before it went into the meat grinder there. I'm not exactly sure what they were thinking, honestly. It's like they had no idea which angle to watch, or there was no...
Reverse pork sausage? What the hell are you talking about? That's a wild analogy.
What do you mean?
That's crazy.
They had the Molotov at the start.
Okay.
To cook it.
Yeah, okay.
But it wasn't mincemeat yet. And then it was mincemeat once Roik walked through that door. Because they were minced by power. You just have to... You just don't get it.
Oh, that actually... Yeah, no. I didn't think about that. Yeah. If I just get it, then it's much better. Good point.
Yeah.
I see. From Moneymakers, they're playing as 3, rocking up to S2G in the compound on the southwest. Some pretty strong buildings to try and hold. It's good on the first. They've got Icy and Bishke down. Havlik last to go. He's not gone yet, though. He's jumping up, looking for the hop over the wall, but CEO later doing the same. They've got the cover, but the DBS is ringing out strong. Only one. It's the SK-12, but he's not got enough to deal with both of them. Flowing over the wall, S2G stop the Moneymakers dead in their tracks.
Very nicely done, that. From S2G to hold them off. And Kitsune's still going, by the way. Up and towards the top 8. We'll give us some more points here. The 3D Max. Off in the distance. Valo's coming back from a scouting run. Again, not a lot of ideal locations for them now. Obviously, they could head over towards that north side, but DA's there. Two of the main positions around the map in terms of IWNRX and S2G on the north and south side are controlling nicely. So basically, 3D Max, they have to open something up here before they head in. Either a knock into a crash. I'm not sure exactly which locations they've been able to scout. I think if you are 3D Max, you typically want to take someone who's on the isolated side. So you'll just wait for this circle to pop first before making that decision. And I think 3D Max now, DA is probably your best bet.
Italian hands across the DA roster right now. Grazie mille once more to the circle.
Yeah, a billion thank yous.
That's like the only Italian I know as well. So this is coming in really handy.
Yeah.
They're not even Italian. I don't know where we've gone down this rabbit hole.
I can't remember.
Doesn't matter. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been fun. Obvi.
3D Max now with this tough call to make. They have cover here, but you can see that outside of the circle. Robs goes down to Scarface. And IWNRX with a similarly tricky call to make. If both of them make the DA call, it could be pretty tricky to hold this off. But there's a lot of open space between them and the DA compound on both sides. Where else do you go, though? It's just so sparse here.
Yeah, it's not an easy circle to play, this one, at all, John. I think most teams realize this. 3D Max is in a big old tough situation. Now, what they could do is wait for S2G to leave and get set up and then try and crash on that. I think at this point in the game, trying to crash on towards DA is just going to cause a myriad of problems with basically everyone on that northwest side taking shots over towards you. They could potentially play far out on the east. Enigma Galaxy currently taking some big old casualties here, John.
Game Lord are making their move. It looks like they are going to commit to that eastern side. I think they've got some cover or setting up a compound. Lufa goes down to a nade from IWNRX. Lord now trying to hold strong for them, but his teammate getting blasted back time and time again. It's not going to be good for morale. Lord still just trying to dodge through this field of nades. A player on the back line has been taken down in the meantime. Besiktas getting eliminated as well. Tospic, the last player to go for them. Lord, last to stand for Enigma Galaxy. S2G, Enigma Galaxy, 3D Max, all teams with their last chance today to put up points for the week. And 3 of them being seen here. The other Gladiators only managed to get 2 this game. But it's S2G furthest down the tables. They're going to want more than 5 points off this match to get towards at least the front page as things come to a close tomorrow.
Again, we're almost finished with week 2, John, which feels a bit surprising to me, honestly.
Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, yeah. I was going to say the same thing.
They're here again.
Still getting towards these end games.
La Cucaracha.
Whoa.
Of the lobby.
I don't think that was Italian.
That was Spanish for cockroach. They are surviving everything that's thrown at them. And as I say that, they get eliminated for the most part. Stamped out, exterminated.
Oh, pest control.
Oh, stealing the point back.
Coming into play. Yusuf attempts to send some nades over the top. IWNRX just open themselves to crossfire.
The alleyway through the smoke there for 3D Max to take shots over towards IWNRX as well. S2G mounting up for a move. This small ridge has been what 3D Max have been playing on. And it is working for them, but they are going to have to move again. DA, though, should be, by all rights, winning this one out. Given how the circle's fallen, all of it is open ground. 3D Max going to have to leave. Nade from the back there from Hamzy G, using that buggy third-person advantage over the top of the smoke.
DA's sort of had a free game here. And it's amusing as well because it's not typically a free game position, right? But they were held out where they could relatively have some safety. And funnily enough, the circle has just forced out every other team that might have had a good position within this circle. And the end game should be much easier because most of these teams on the outer edges have sightlines over towards one another, whereas DA is just safe.
That's really just like, what do you do here? I guess 3D Max are trying to survive as long as possible. S2G taking shots. IWNRX. They look plenty happy with this one. 3D Max have taken a knock. Narvalo low. Should be sprayed out. Down to 3. That's really unfortunate. They need all of them together to be able to have a chance to make this cross. You can see they're just pulling back from S2G here. They want to draw S2G out and force them to go for these nades. Getting up here and getting this res is actually really tricky for 3D Max, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it. A nade to seal the deal against IWNRX as S2G roll on up. Having a difficult time of it, but Victor goes down. Rob's still alive, but maybe not for much longer as S2G able to roll on in, and the right decision call from S2G, leaving just this central bastion. IWNRX still alive, though. Still kicking on this northwestern edge. And I don't think DA has as much challenge over it with this circle. That should be done and dusted, though.
Yeah, I mean, Hamzy, they just need to aim slightly lower. Slightly lower on the right side. Come on, guys. I've seen Zed Wolf hit these shots. This is a bit awkward because obviously the bullet drop off as well, but finally kind of decides just to blow up the vehicle, which works just as well. Great game from IWNRX. I think they've been having a pretty decent day of it all day today, putting up points where it counts. DA with just the 5 eliminations, but they'll take the 10-pointer if they can deal with IWNRX, which I don't think should be too difficult of a scenario.
Not really finding much with all of these days they're using. A Molotov on the tree should be spotted. They know this rock now occupied by Zed Wolf. Smoke's covering off their sightlines, though. And yeah, deny to the blue. IWNRX just going to pull those points away from DA. I think that was the right decision. Just going down to the blue. You don't want DA to keep accelerating away because they've had a middling day. But to cap it off with a circle after circle after circle chicken dinner, you'll take that. You'll take that. Put 15 points on the board. You'll be happy with that result to keep yourself tided over. I think that might be putting them up into first place as well.
Yeah, I mean, that should just about eke out the first place for DA. Honestly, ooh. This looks bad because the lights that were on fire were turned off.
They were turned off. Okay, it's all right.
Yeah.
You sorted.
They've had a breather now, so they don't look as horrendous. So we're all good. We're all good. Don't worry about it, John.
That's fine. I'm not worried at all.
Thank you. I'm glad you're not worried.
I'm glad that I'm seeing Nico here for DA on most eliminations. I was worried maybe they were having a little bit of a lackluster performance on those eliminations, but he was able to tide them over with 4. 5 was their total, so that's a solid, what was that, 80% of their eliminations for Nico.
Yeah, I mean, for Nico, strong game. But 15 points for both IWNRX as well as DA. S2G coming in clutch towards the end of it with 13 points. Remember, there's a team that has been towards that 4th place pretty much the entire time and then just didn't have the greatest of games, fell off just a little bit. But this is a good game to get back into things. I think that they'll want to have 2 more strong games over on Miramar, considering this is their final day for these points, John.
Certainly is. They'll want to try and put as much gap between them and the teams looking to chase them in the meantime. On this second page, none of the teams that won't be playing tomorrow are on here. Team Spirit going down with 2. It felt like they could have had a better chance there, but some unfortunate misplays on their compound. Really coming back to bite them. Gladiators, I say that actually, hang on a minute. Gladiators aren't playing tomorrow, and they only have 2 points on this one as well in 12th place there. So not great news. They are still fairly high up in the tables though, so they've got a little bit more comfort to play with. But as it stands, it's looking quite likely that they're going to be dropping down to around the top of the second page if they can't pick up their feet into this final game today. Or the final 2 games, rather.
Yeah, and those bonus points do drop off fairly quickly as well, John, which is not what you want to see. You desperately want those going into your finals. And this is the struggle of playing a little bit later into getting this final day, coming a little bit earlier in your week. Is you're not able to figure out where that benchmark is for tomorrow, where 1 point could be the difference between 2 bonus points or nil. So I think that that's important to consider. DA really did not have to do a lot in this game. You can see there 1,285 damage compared to the 2 big dogs in this match, who were S2G and IWNRX. Let's take a look at our overalls now, where we believe DA should be in first place. Yep.
Only just though, but with the games in hand that they have, it is very clear who is in the lead, who is in charge of the top of the tables right now. DA very much, despite only being a 4-point gap, having 6 extra matches to play means that that is a dominating lead for DA. Brute Force, you can see they're on 126 after a really strong performance yesterday. They've got 18 matches played. Team Spirit still yet to cross that barrier. Behind them, Gladiators, 122, the 3rd place team right now of the teams not playing tomorrow, and 122 in general in week 1. That would have seen you into 14th place, which is really not great. The Gladiators wanting to get a better performance than that, certainly as time goes on. Although, to be fair, in week 1, they did only place 17th, so it would be an improvement.
Yeah, I mean, again, like you say, this is definitely an improvement for them. But by how long can they keep this up? Because I still think that they are attempting to figure out how they want to play out these games, what their gameplay style needs to be. Like we said before, it felt like nothing had changed coming into that first week, but I think they're sort of figuring out how they want to play around each other in these highbrow tournament games now, which is realistically where you want to be able to be molded. The scrims just don't really cut it.
No, not quite. It is all about what you can get through in the PMSL EMEA. We've got 2 more matches for you today. Next up will be Miramar. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back with more PUBG Mobile action. it's time for the desert blank, and I hope your lights are going to keep nice and cool because it is going to heat up here in the PMSL EMEA. We are getting into match number 5 of 6 today, and our final day for Group D, which has been a little bit of a focus for us today. S2G, Enigma Galaxy, 3D Max, and Gladiators, all with their last chance to put numbers in this week.
Yep, honestly, for these teams, a very important day for them, but it feels like for quite a few of the teams up towards the 22 matches mark, heading into our 23rd one now, they haven't been able to put up that great of a performance here. I think, who is the team up towards that top side I'm thinking of?
The first place, DA. Second place,
second
Enigma
place.
Galaxy.
Enigma Galaxy, yeah. I think Enigma Galaxy can do a little bit more here. I have been pretty pleased with their week, though, and I think they've made some significant changes. They're still going for these splits, but I think that's just part of the identity there for Enigma Galaxy now. But they're being a bit more speedy with their rotates, which is nice to see. And generally, I think that they have a good chance going into the finals to at least get to one of those top 4 positions if they continue this way. It's just a question of whether they return to that weird form where they don't take advantage of those spots in the lobby. Considering you're going to be moving into those finals where it's going to be our top 16 teams, a lot of those positions in that end game are going to already be taken up by that mid place in the game, which is where Enigma Galaxy is having that in between of being quite quick and then maybe sometimes being a little bit slow, but they are getting much better at it now, which I like to see.
S2G on your screens in their final 2 matches for week 2. They are going to want to jump up a little bit higher, a little bit further than what they've been able to achieve right now. They are the lowest ranked team on our final day here as well, and it is not going to be quite good enough. They were able to get a decent result on that last match. They were able to get a bit later into the game, but in general, they were still on the second page, which is really not where you want to be. As one of the 4 teams that is going to have completed all of their matches today, you do want to be towards the top half, really, of that front page in order to get a good result in those bonus points.
Yeah, exactly. So I think for S2G, really need to pump it up here. I think that in terms of rotations, they're pretty good on a map like Miramar. So this could be a place for them to turn things up just a little bit. I don't think anyone's expecting a top 3 finish out of S2G this week. But a decent finish, at least in that top 8 after tomorrow, would be nice for them. But that does require some really pumper games here for them. We can see them 114 points. They're going to have to utilize that Infinix GT20 Pro, our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA, to really stand out their last 2 matches of the games.
Certainly have been some standout plays in these last few games. Certainly something to pay attention to in every single game. Something to learn, something to glean information. That's what teams who have the day off today can use to their advantage as well. They can watch back these streams, they can watch back the games, and really get some research done for that final day. So when we see the teams from Group E could be very bad for that one going. And go into this game. Well, if the teams today can get into this game and try and get ahead of the curve to stand out from their opponents with the GT20 Pro in this first of our 2 Miramars that we're going to be seeing today. The plane path from La Cobraria down towards the south coast between Bartona and Puerto Paraiso.
Onyx Ravens jumping out nice and early, always heading over towards that western side, around Ruins and Trailer Park before making their journey onwards. Gladiators relegated back up towards La Cobraria. But Northern Plane Path, I don't think we've seen one of these in a little bit, where teams on that northern side are able to get out nice and early before everyone else.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slog to get up there previously. So a nice little breath of fresh air. Allows quite a wide split for the Gladiators as well. They know there's not too many people out around here. Scouting out for any hot drops potentially. Doesn't seem to be too much in the way of entanglement here. Maybe we'll be treated to some on the south coast. But the circle goes very central as well, which is going to create a bit of an interesting dynamic. I think teams are going to have a little bit more time to loot in general. So potentially a couple more meds on board for teams later in these conflicts. Power and Heroic may be a little bit close by, with DA just out to the east as well. Could be trouble there. IWNRX and Besiktas as well, over towards Hacienda. Looking for shots with the SKS, but Lewis not quite able to tag on to them just yet. And they'll get away with it.
Yeah, Lewis just can't hit these shots. It's a bit too far for him. Maybe ambitious. 3D Max and S2G, though, get themselves a decent circle to start things off. I think we've seen this one quite a few times. But again, yeah, 2 of our teams that want to put some more points up. 3D Max in a slightly better situation. I think we can be comfortable saying that we'll probably see them in our top 8 at the end of the week.
It's looking fairly likely, although 139, not as much as you'd like going into that front page. Oh, there was an early. Was this a knock? No, not quite. Just missing Zedwolf there. You said he doesn't hit those shots. He hit some of them. He hit one of them there, at least.
I mean, he doesn't
not quite
hit
as good as Kitsune, though.
Doesn't hit those shots on the distance that it was originally.
Whoa, kickflip.
Nice.
From DA. Very cool. Tony Hawk.
D8. Popping out their vehicles. We'll head over towards the circle, towards that northern edge.
I just want to loop back on what you said. I mean, 139 right now, that would have seen you into 8th place last week, which is just about in the front page for 3D Max, for Enigma Galaxy as well. So their positions there, tentative, with 2 matches left to play. Potential to try and push up a little bit further. The points distribution of this lobby, again, very, very smooth. All the way down until probably around 9th place there, I would say. And then there's these jagged drop-offs that keep going, which isn't quite what we saw last week. It was very smooth, kind of from 7th through to 16th, that sort of area, all quite nicely packed together. So that section of points, that jaggedness has been sucked up towards the top a little bit to make these numbers look a bit different than last week. And it's going to be interesting to see how it all falls, how it compares to that first week.
Yeah, just because we've had several teams all have their really good days, right, at different times. So it's been not one team who's been singularly very good for all these days, which is certainly interesting. And it does make for a very fun final day. Or at least I hope it does, because last week our last day was a little bit underwhelming. For very similar reasons, that other teams just did much better on that final day than some of our squads up towards that top side.
Fireflux, 13th place right now. And actually, IWNRX have gotten up into 14th. So that is out of the bottom 4, certainly. Mathematically provable that that is not in the bottom 4 of that table.
Yeah, it's been a good day today for them, actually. Some much better fights. Felt like some of their rotations were less chaotic. I think they were getting themselves into a few too many early engagements towards the start of the week, which has now changed, which is nice to see.
Certainly a favourable development for IWNRX. Onyx Ravens, they dropped out very early, but they haven't taken that opportunity to rotate in super early. They are just going to be continuing to loot. They're still quite split, and they'll have to decide how they want to navigate around San Martin, around the water treatment and Hacienda position, potentially sending over that north side. I think it would be a bit too bold to go in on the west, past Monte Nuevo, past El Pozo. A lot of teams going to be taking up ground there. Potential for position around the hills towards water treatment, towards Cruz de Valle as well on the northeast side of this circle. But I think IW Next Ruya have their eyes set on that too.
Yeah, 100%. This second circle is definitely going to be the one that changes things up quite a bit, because at least in this circle, there's plenty of different positions the circle could head over towards, but they're vastly different play styles in each location. Towards that northeast side, it's much more flat plains with a little bit of high ground that can take control of the games. And they head down towards that southwest side, and suddenly you've got ridges upon ridges with a few really key compounds to make sure that you can take control of. So it's sort of interesting with this circle where it's so central. Anything can happen in that second one, which is why you don't see a lot of teams making too drastic movements at the start of the game. I think some teams who are closer to the center would like to post up over towards that pretty classic ridge line that runs alongside Picardo, John.
Yeah, try and keep some presence there, some holdouts there, although it is quite close to the south side of the circle. It is central enough to be very valuable so far. And you're right. I mean, the second circle on Miramar is the highest percentage shrink we see of any circle. And so it can be, in many ways, the most dramatic circle that we see here in professional play. I mean, I think the East Island finish, kind of from the second circle, it was fairly set on going to that East Island after the second shrink that happened there, which was very, very unusual, is safe to say, for that sort of thing to happen. But that it did, and that is the drama that a second circle on Miramar can cause. We'll have to wait a little bit longer. Just 20 seconds, though, until we find out where we're going to be going. Where the lasso will loop to show us these next rounds. Tixie spots Coops. Enigma Galaxy losing another player on their final day of the week. Gladiators, similarly on their final day, happy to have the point.
And they need it. They definitely need it, John. You're right. Circle, though, shrink over towards Power Grid here. And again, like I said earlier on, a lot of teams posting themselves up along that pretty famous ridgeline that runs alongside here. You can see it on your screen right now of S2G taking up control on that high ground. A lot of teams now crunching in because sort of like you have to form to get up towards here in the late game. Not always easy to get up there. You see right now, I mean, you guys will see as soon as we bring up the map for you at some point, but pretty much every team is already in this circle, just squeezed up against the rock face.
Just having a lot of pressure exerted on them from all sides right now. It's Moneymakers, it's IWNRX, and it's Na'Vi who are not in this circle. Teams are still fighting for it, though. S2G with a pretty important scrap of their own. They are all 4 players alive. You can see the off angles established on the mini-map, and that long-range high ground position coming through for them as well on quite a long split from Kelsey. Good burn onto Tospic there. Nades can start to go on in. They're trying to hold out their teammate, and there's the off angle. The other positions really coming into play well for S2G. Another nade over to the back line, and Hamzy is holding this compound well with the assistance of this high ground. Really, really well played. This is exactly how you should be playing a situation like this, and Besiktas don't know what's hit them.
Yeah, absolutely. For S2G, they don't want to let these players get in. That's Team Spirit going down in 16th place, but still keeping up the record of no 0-point games as they're able to get themselves 1 elimination, but that is bad. Besiktas also flung out of the game, and now S2G gives themselves a ton of space to be playing around, which is awesome to see. Gladiators taking damage. Nick the Galaxy do lose Ralph. Luther in the front, sorry.
Oh,
Takes a bit too long to flush him as Lord is able to get another.
Might be a high ground angle here for a chime in from S2G as well, I think. There might be an angle, but Ralph has the shot, but Easy so fast on the flick. There's the other player from Enigma Galaxy, though. Lord still up in an action. The point pinged away by Kelsey for S2G. Enigma Galaxy, 4 eliminations. So a good return on what could have been a lot worse for them, losing Coops early on. Kelsey, though, this high ground, playing so well for them. They're very central here. Kelsey does need to be careful. It's going to be difficult to get back up to him if he goes down here. The rest of S2G having a tough time, but they've already got 6 eliminations, Blank, and they are the lowest placed team on their final day. Getting a good, strong result here in this central area, the iconic ridgeline that you were talking about, under their control, would be brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, they've already cleared like a lot of the teams off it, which is sort of surprising to me. We do shift down towards the southwest side, in which case Fireflux fairly happy with only 2 players, though. Power also in this position. They've got 3 on side, so there is opportunity to take that off them. With DA also making their way in from that southern edge, should be able to clear Lux out. He's only 1 player here. So for DA, another big game potentially on the cards for them.
They would be very happy with that. See if they can close it down. Still only in stage 3. 3D Max stretching their legs out onto the northern side of the circle. Lord close by. The last player from Enigma Galaxy. So potentially a challenge there for them to try and overcome. But 4 players against Lord. That's an even 50-50. He's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, he's kept it together in that situation, especially with all the angles that were over towards him. In comes the Moneymakers over towards RCB. Historically, very bad at holding their compound. And disappear off the screen.
Excellent magic trick.
Yeah, I know, right? Literally
really
popped in the top hat. And then instead of a rabbit coming out, nothing came out.
It was 0 points. Wow.
Wow, that's crazy.
What an excellent result for them. Easy across the way for Power as the Moneymakers try and take the ground floor around Picardo Stadium, the arena of their battle. Moneymakers on the north side, but there's the off angle, and that's the ridgeline. S2G are here. They need to be worried about it. You need to always be worried about this ridgeline in Picardo, especially in a circle like this. I'm surprised they weren't already looking out that direction.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely a position you should be maintaining control of. IWNRX over towards that northeast side, though. They're on the same ridgeline, but right now 3D Max are taking shots over towards them. I think Robs is passing that information back. He's just leaving San Martin now. It's just outside the blue. Trying to wrap over towards that western side, outside of reach. Great shots from Kelsey once again on the Mini 14. That is a long shot and a half.
You've got 2 players up there. Kelsey joined by Ray Z down towards that south side on the high ground. They can be a little bit more bold with 2 of them there. I mean, the less said about that, the better, really.
Oh, my days. Al-Haji, I don't think he even swayed the trigger. He just spammed the same spot until they disappeared. He was probably just as surprised.
Food for thought. That's unfortunate. 3D Max on the north side still now facing off against IWNRX. Nades being traded over. No knocks just yet. Long range backup for 3D Max, as well as IWNRX leaving Swain on the back lines. They're playing it back to front here. Skyen has been spotted by Robs, who's more worried about him than the players up and close to him. Typically goes the other way around.
Angle from Robs here. Does need to get out of dodge. Nades explode a little bit too high in the air. And 1 center over the top from Frozen. Looked like 3D Max didn't have too many nades on them. Robs is on life support, unfortunately. Took a big nade to the face, but is still walking somehow.
He's back up. He's in it. They're all nice and healthy now for 3D Max. The blue zone, though, not going to be too friendly in about 5 seconds. It's going to start shunting them. Both teams, but IWNRX do have the inside track. Novalo goes over the top for a cheeky nade pop there. Zedwolf around the ramp. Bit of a risk on that one. The Molotov to stop the push, and 3D Max disengage. Where do they go, though? They're going to have to go around the north side of this compound to the west, or send straight down towards IWNRX. There's no two ways about it. It looks like they just go for the disengage. They're going to try and take a different fight.
Yeah, this is not working out for them, especially when they understand that they're on the edge of the blue here. They're going to have to leave IWNRX in a similar situation to them. You do have the Onyx Ravens currently battling off against Twisted Minds. These two teams are in a very similar boat right now in terms of both performance.
Ooh, Saleh hopping over with Dami. And it goes the way of the Onyx Ravens. All 4 of them still alive. Dami maybe not so lucky. Vigors, I think he spotted Never Alone there. Looking for the suppression. Yeah, they know he's here. Saleh stepping out for the spray over towards Never Alone, keeping him bowed down behind this rock. Going for some bold peeks. Yusuf, in the meantime, for Twisted Minds, has moved up to Dami to look for this res. Putting a nade over the top. I think they know the rock that he's on could be good. A little bit short there. Finds some damage around the edge. Maybe more than I was expecting. And Saleh wants to hop one of his own. A little bunny hop over there. And tags damage, but I don't think gets the flush or the knock. Yusuf, though, that res was interrupted. Ooh. Okay. Yusuf pops off. Grabs a nade. Grabs a knock.
Some very good grenades from Yusuf there. They keep Onyx Ravens in a pretty awkward situation. Those get knocked there by Leif, who is attempting to do some great work for the team. Managed to clip him with some bullets that appeared to go backwards.
James McAvoy action right there. Excellent stuff. Well, that's going to leave Onyx Ravens alone on that northwestern edge. Playing on some ridge lines, playing on some cover. They could start to wend their way forwards. 3D Max have not been able to fully extricate themselves from IWNRX, who are on pursuit. Lord just ahead of them. Wanted to keep them at arm's distance. S2G, looks like they've only left one person up on that high ground, that plateau. So they'll need to be very, very careful.
Yeah, for S2G, I think now is the time to start thinking about coming down. They could potentially get a ton of points just by focusing maybe a little bit over towards that northwest side. And then that gives them the foothills down towards the south side to work with much more freely in the future. Yeah, it's a big decision to make, though, John. It's a tough one as well. Because I think S2G, more than anyone, understands how important these last 2 matches are for them. And they're not taking it lightly. They come into this game with big old points. These mini 14s from S2G have been devastating so far. To everyone in the lobby, if you show yourself just a little bit, some crazy shots coming out from Kelsey and Razy from up on high.
Yeah, that high ground is unbelievably powerful. And the Mini 14, the perfect weapon to navigate that through these circles. Everybody on the north side going to have to try and push their way past them. 3D Max, they've been really stuck in the thick of it, but they haven't got any limbs yet. Going down here would be disastrous. I think, ooh, a pan just catching a bullet there for Rob, saving his bacon or somewhat.
Rob's healing up. Potentially get back in the fight. But yeah, the closer and closer they come over towards that southeast side, the more sight lines S2G is going to have open up for them. Speaking of that south side, though, DA still in the game. Can push over towards Fireflux. Currently holding a 2. Been pretty timid to take that fight. In comes 3D Max, rolling over the top where Onyx Ravens currently are. But it's IWNRX actually sending over towards S2G, hoping to catch them off guard here. But already, one knock is found onto Zedwolf. The rest of IWNRX looking for sanctuary underneath this high ground. And 3D Max thinking about doing the same.
Bobbles one down. Doesn't quite get too much with it, but IWNRX playing in the shadow of the Titans right now. Trying to use them to their advantage. Leverage their oversight to stop anyone else moving close to them. Teams are getting through, though. S2G not able to hold out that many rosters from the North Edge. The fact that 3D Max are on the south side of them, even better.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit more concerned with keeping all 4 members up for this late game.
10 of limbs.
Yeah, also, if you take a look, the utility and supplies aren't looking too great for them. They've been spending a lot of time up here in the Baron zone. Just got enough bullets, take shots at distance, but not a lot of meds, not a lot of nades, no smokes really either. Razy here, probably with the most amount of supplies on the team. Good shots once again from him. Biggers goes down. Just picking people off here and there. Leif, though, soon to be forced out of the circle, considering we're about to shift it once again.
Ooh, scrabbling around like a desert mouse. Those big ears flapping about for Leith as he tries to cool down under the furious gaze of S2G from that high ground. I don't think he's going to get much further. The eagle-eyed players on the north side going to make his time very, very tough and probably very short as well. The circle keeps that high ground in for S2G. And it keeps them nice and happy. But after this next one, it's likely they're going to have to leave. So for 3D Max, for IWNRX, they just want to stay hidden.
Yeka and Nico coming up towards this side. Interesting they don't try and fight out for Fireflux, but you sort of understand doesn't really give them the best tactical position. Nice shot from Nico there. Immediately takes down the final member from Na'Vi. Start to clear forward, but there is sight lines still again from S2G up on high. Ooh. 3D Max decide to move in where Moneymaker's currently playing. Koa up front as the front man here to potentially hold off 3D Max. They're in a small building now, very easily nadeable if Moneymakers even still have the nades for it.
Koa taking shots, I think that's from Power. 3D Max have left Narvalo up by that cliff face, which will slow down teams like IWNRX from moving in just that little bit more, protecting their position from afar. I quite like leaving Narvalo back up here. Obviously, you're hedging your bets somewhat on that move. If you just all go down, you still have that solo player. Yekta does fall. The knock goes the way of the Onyx Ravens, but S2G want to try and pick it up. Yekta has cover from it in the buggy, but I don't think that's resible with the angle that Ray-Z has. He does need to be careful, though. Potential for another angle across the map to spot him on this ridgeline.
Yeah, I mean, he's got this clip and the other clip. I think he's on a total of, yeah,
not a lot.
30 bullets right now. 19 in the Mini 14, 11 in the AUG. Good shot from Frozen. I mean, Kelsey has been pretty, let's say it, bold on this top side, just standing up and taking these shots. But yeah, for S2G, either way, I think that they've succeeded in what they wanted to play out here on the mountain. You take it specifically for this reason, is that you can get a huge amount of eliminations in the process. Nade available on Frozen. This is not a hard one to toss.
Take that back. Oh.
Well, that feels...
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
That's the wrong way round, I think. Something different should have happened there. Not quite exactly sure
Died
what.
to the nade.
Kelsey.
Not too suddenly running out. Good shot from Kelsey.
Ooh.
Sadly,
His
does
helmet's
get
gone.
knocked, though.
That was Rob's from 3D Max. Potential res for IWNRX, and actually they are going to try and stick it here. Kine, I think, is going to try and drop down onto this as well to go for a second res to bring them up to 3. But Narvalo is still on this cliff face. Anybody who tries to leave is prime target for Narvalo right now.
Yeah, Narvalo with this position is actually sort of interesting. Unfortunately, 3D Max have come into this game with 0 eliminations so far. They've not really found too much success, but from this spot on the map, there is a high chance of getting at least a chicken dinner. They do have to deal with all the teams behind them in Power, as well as Moneymakers. DA, though, out on the western side.
I feel like this is the second time I've seen Power today just out of nowhere feel like, oh, wait, hang on a minute. They've got loads of eliminations. They've got 10 from the south side of Picardo, and I kind of haven't been keeping track of it. They,
Yeah.
just snuck up on me again.
I think it was slightly more easy to get those 10 eliminations. The fact that Al Hadji just sprayed for about 10 seconds at RCB and got 4 eliminations off the back of it.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. But you're not wrong, though. They haven't been doing terribly today. You'd expect it as well, considering they do present themselves as a fairly good team. Al Hadji was Al happy at the start of the day, and I hope he still is at this point.
Fidan knocked, not quite as happy. Easy on the door frame. Bishke covering off the angle. This scrap really to decide who gets a chance to fight off against 3D Max as they push their way north out of Picardo. This is bold from Bishke, going completely broadside out through the mouth of the arena. Fidan crawling back all the way to El Hadji. I don't know how much longer that smoke has, but El Hadji might be able to get this res here. Re-ups on the smoke. He's going to wait for that to bloom. Cover off his teammates in the meantime. You can see Koa on the off angle here, meaning they can't leave from behind this car. It's tricky either way. 2 players alive for DA. And they want to keep it rolling. 2 eliminations as well.
Have a look. Having a run around the moment, waiting to see his opportunity. S2G are slowly making the climb down. Saved enough smokes to make this happen. Which is really nice to see. A lot of times you'll see a team take position over towards that high ground and then just have no real escape plan. So I think S2G's done a great job singling out some players on that side, weakening the forces just enough that they're able to slowly make their climb down the steps. Havlik, though, knows that he's got a big task in front of them.
Good for one. Not quite enough for the second. Abishke bides his time, does not move down to get that refrag. Loses his teammate because of it. 2 players now for the Moneymakers. As Power have come a cropper as well. Easy on the outside. Trying to make it work, but he's got a long road ahead of him. And it seems like there might be a short stop at the end of it. IWNRX eating nades from S2G as they try and make their way down. 13 eliminations. They're very low on ammo in general. They're going to have to take stock, redistribute potentially before they make their push, or find some crates. Because one dead player's crate right now is going to be like triple their ammo stash. Wait, hang on a minute. Ray Z has loads of ammo. Where's he pulled that from?
Yeah, I think some players have quite a few. I think Ray Z, as well as, I think it was HamZG as well as Calci who were doing a lot of the long-range shots on the top side. Ray Z was getting involved sometimes, but more or less sent downwards. They also got a loot crate in the process that they were able to open up, which is nice. And there was a fair few death crates they were able to pick up. This is really the definition of the last-minute push, right, from S2G. Really good game here on Miramar, under a lot of pressure as well, getting towards that top 8, being their final day of play, and they want to get as many eliminations as possible. We can see all the fire coming through, so they can pick up even more here. There is a huge game on the cards right now for S2G.
I think the highest elimination count we've seen so far, Blank, has been 17 in a single match with the chicken dinner. S2G looking to top that now with 16 already accrued, 4 potentially from 3D Max and 3 solo snakes running around. 3D Max still only 2 eliminations. If they went out here, it would be a really low scoring game for what seemingly they would deserve. I've really liked their plays so far today. Koa with a shot going around the edge, goes for 1, but not going to find a second. Robs hops back in. Narvalo can crawl through. I think the blue zone is crunching fast enough that that might not be resable. They should invest time into it. Yep, they are, to stay as 4. Koldex steps up against Solke, but does not get the spray on a clean broadside. The reload enacted there, and he's in danger himself. Solke somehow for Fireflux staying alive, moving through like smoke. As Narvalo gets taken down by the blue, Koldex up and to the road, will look for 1. S2G will be able to take him down, and Fireflux still alive. 3D Max in the meantime, they've lost a player. They've taken a knock. S2G on 3.
Good steal from 3D Max there towards the end onto one of the S2G players. As soon as he died, someone popped up and just got the elimination. I think they realized that they need eliminations too on this match.
Razy's done for. Up on that high ground, I don't think he can leave it without going down here. And the blue zone will push him away.
Yeah, has to have impact, and he's got a little bit of time to work with as well.
Oh, and it's going to be hugely valuable. Razy staying up top was incredibly It worked so well for S2G. Fireflux will be staying alive into second. Okay, hang on a second. He looks for more. Okay, just put it to bed there. But S2G with a record-breaking high ground finish from the North Picardo ridgeline. They played bold a little bit with Kelsey on the high ground, but 19 eliminations racked up towards the end. I think they broke to 20, and that is an incredible boost to their score. Earning 30 points on a match is a massive statement from the team from Turkey.
Yeah, it's a huge game for S2G, and what a time to be doing it as well. Right at the end of your play days. Yeah, very well done. Super proud of them there. I think that is one of the few times that I've actually seen what I might call perfect play on the ridge side up towards. What is
oh my
that?
God. Why, Razy?
1900 damage.
Gross.
8 eliminations. Yeah, that is probably the first ridge side game I would call perfect, because a lot of times teams can get stuff done early on, but then they get stuck coming down from the mountain. I think they played it nigh on perfectly to be able to maneuver themselves out from a horrid situation. 30 points, that is crazy. Considering we've been seeing 15-point chicken dinners, you know, they may as well have got 2 chicken dinners in one game there. Yeah, really awesome stuff. And again, Razy's decision to stay on that high ground and just kind of sacrifice himself, but also having the confidence in his ability to have enough of an impact that it guarantees them the win. Yeah, gorgeous stuff from S2G.
I'm kind of sad for 3D Max only getting 4 elims and actually being pushed down into 3rd place.
Yeah,
that's kind of rough. They get 9 points on this game, and I feel like they deserved more. I liked how they played it as well. I feel like they played the second best game in this match.
Yeah.
When you consider what they were up against, I really liked how they left Narvalo back. I really liked the timing they took to crash down towards Picardo. They moved the Moneymakers aside effectively. They played, I think, this, as I said, the second best in this game, but they are denied the value for it.
Yeah, I think the way you look at it is that S2G kind of had the Zara rotation over towards that ridge side pretty early on, considering 3D Max are in the same-ish location to S2G, and it was 3D Max to take the thrift shop
That bar
rotation.
is the high ground that S2G were playing on. Look at it.
What is that? I think that is a record. That's the highest damage I've ever seen.
Oh my God.
Out of any game.
Almost 5,000 damage.
I have seen...
Add up everybody else's damage in this game. What do you get? I wonder. I'm actually... I don't know, man.
What is that? I have seen... The thing is, I have seen games where teams are able to get 27, 25 eliminations. They've not put up 5k damage. This has never happened before. I think this might actually be a first in PUBG Mobile esports history that we've seen 5k damage.
Some historians out there, you need to go digging, because this could be one of the most brutal, devastating performances we've seen from any team ever.
That is
on a high ground position.
Ridiculous.
They absolutely unleashed the beast this game with Monster Energy. They had so much power at the top there. They must have been chugging 6, 7, 8 cans of the stuff, because they were firing on all cylinders.
It's just a case, it was marvelously done as well. I mean, the ammo conservation, they had Razy up top alongside with Kelsey, who was expending the ammo, and then they had 2 players in reserves. And I didn't realize this, in reserves with a lot of supplies to ensure the escape was still there for them in the in-game. But a lot of teams would just throw everything in the kitchen sink at teams around them from that high ground. But they had a plan, and they stuck to it for the final moment. And that's what makes them one of the previous champions of PMGC. Just these types of plays. Look at that. Back to 4th place. Back to where they belong.
There they are. What a resurgence coming on through. 144 points. It's an incredible leap. Let's take a think back to week 1. 144 points would put you up in 8th place, right? 7th place would be 159. There was quite a drop-off between 7th and 8th last week. So they are going to be looking towards that front page. And I feel like if they didn't have this game, they didn't really have a chance at getting onto that front page. But now they are into the running. A lot of bonus points as well to play for here. Incredible. I mean, the implications of this game are massive and I think far-reaching into tomorrow.
The funny thing is that there's still one more game to play, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not expecting S2G to do something like that again, but either way, that was a wonderful game for them. I am so impressed. I love that match for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned for high ground play, for ridgeline play. There was
Even
no
clearing out Besiktas early on was really smart because they cleared so much space.
Really great game. What a performance from S2G. I think, like you said, pretty close to perfect on that match. 30 points racking up, 20 eliminations. Turkey pretty happy with that last match.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
We are still reeling from that 30-point game from S2G, domination from the Picado high ground on Miramar. What a time for them to be able to do it as well on their final day of games in week 2. They've seen themselves up into 4th place with that and a chance to shoot for those podiums.
Shoot for the stars are S2G at the moment. Really good games from them so far. Well, really good game from them so far. We have seen some pretty good bangers coming out from S2G in the past, but this week has been a bit of a slow starter. Capped off with pretty explosive finish, and Silas now wishing he'd never left.
Yeah, I think right now, almost certainly wishing that he was still with the boys, because RCB have been lackluster. They have not stepped up to the plate when it comes to the overalls. I mean, their first week was quite strong. They got 136, but it was really the early start of their week that saw them safe. But this week, they just haven't really been here. They did kick off their entire second week with a chicken dinner, and I thought, okay, RCB, they're back to play. But since then, it's just been a bit sparse, a bit thin on the ground, not as powerful as you'd like. 3D Max, this is a team that has the same number of matches as S2G. They're playing in the same group, and they are slightly ahead of them for now. I felt a little bit sorry for them in that last match, not getting as many points as I feel like they deserved for their play. But what are you going to do? 30 points being soaked up, sponged towards the top. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, it absolutely is unfortunate. But either way, slowly but surely getting there towards the end. I think for 3D Max, certainly want to do a little bit better to finish things off, but I don't think they've had a terrible week considering what we've seen from them in the past. I think this still does look a lot better, as does Infinix GT20 Pro in the hands of the players here. Really standing out for us here, our official smartphone sponsor at the PMSL EMEA.
Onyx Ravens there, loading up, getting ready. Our plane path yet to be fully decided, but Miramar, for the final time, will be loaded on in today. I see a plane. I hear the music. We're starting on the Eastern Islands blank, the plane path heading out towards ruins. So no return to the northern start of the plane path for us this time. It will be back from Impala over towards that northwest side.
A couple of teams can get out nice and early here over towards Puerto Paraíso, which is really nice. Being able to get out towards Puerto Paraíso early means you can get looted, get in vehicles, and get gone fairly quick. I think once you've got to move down towards Puerto Paraíso late, it does limit your scouting potential just because you are sort of out of the loop for a little while, right, John? So for teams playing out on this eastern edge, they'll be pleased with this one. Final game of the day for some of our teams as we head into tomorrow with our 5th play day. We'll be taking a little bit of a break before we come back for week 3, where we'll tally up the totals, figure out who comes out ahead and who's going home from the PMSL EMEA before we head towards those finals. Kelsey up at 7,917 damage now.
Wow.
Taking that first place spot.
I mean, fair enough. After that last game, the amount of damage that they were able to just take for the rest of the lobby was so incredible. It was mountainous. It was triumphant. It was terrifying for everybody except for the Turkish fans of S2G and non-Turkish fans of S2G, of which I'm sure they've earned quite a few on that last match.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they had a lot beforehand, but yeah, outside of Turkey, I imagine people are going to be ranting and raving about S2G on that last game. Insane play from them. But Southern Circle, we've not seen one of these in a little while, though they have been a little bit weird, a little bit all over the place in the past. And a lot of teams already out towards that northern side. Team Spirit need to get a little bit more profit on. You know, if we take their first day, their 2 days they've had so far don't even amount to that first day they were able to bring out with 70 points. AXA picks up the first elimination there.
He's so happy about it as well. Oh, I love AXA's smile.
It's a great smile. It's
brightens my day.
It needs to be in an advert, PUBG Mobile somewhere.
When's the toothpaste sponsorship coming in? That's what I wanna know.
Exactly.
Get that guy in there. He's got a bright future ahead of him and behind him as well. He's led quite a legacy so far. Hopefully looking to step things up a little bit here, though, because his smile doesn't quite match the performance of Na'Vi over the course of this week. Flagging just a little bit. Quite a big bit.
Yeah.
A lot.
A big amount. WNRX here versus Power. Have encircled them. Got them in the sumo ring, looking to push them out. Power, certainly no easy target. We've seen similar engagements between IWNRX in the past that have not gone to plan versus Power. A lot of teams making their way down towards that south side now. Fireflux already in. RCB going for their pretty classic early game rotation. Nice shot coming through from Swain, but immediately handled. And a good read there from Fadan. They will want to get Al Haji back up again, the star player of the squad, but he's bleeding out pretty quickly. He should be able to get to safety, and Fadan, I think, is heading on over.
Frozen wielding one of, I think, aesthetically, one of the most pleasing weapons in the game. The Winnie on the back there. I love the scope. I love the feel of it. It's just unfortunate that it's not that good currently. Second to a lot of other scoped weapons. Doesn't mean it can't be effective, especially in these early game scraps. Sard stepping up, looking for the flush onto Swain. They're able to refrag it. He is going for some shots with, I think he's, yeah, M4.
Ooh, that's a nice
take the
one from
block off
Frozen.
Assad. Swain, they need to stay out. They can't. They can't. Surely they can't. He does go down. Just a little bit of a misstep there, blocking Swain from getting in behind. They might have been able to tag the res with something a little bit more effective there, but Easy gets the res. 2 players up top. IWNRX have to worry about teams falling down the stairs, but immediately there's a trade. Zedwolf knows which room he's in now, and in he goes, but the swing not quite as clean as he might have liked. Swain goes down fully. Zedwolf can get resed, but Power are eliminated in the last match of the day. They do still have tomorrow to play. They aren't one of our Group D teams, so they're going to be chilled out for now.
Yeah, just an early finish to their day there for them. Heroic heading out There was a spark of hope for this team, but since then it has gone pretty poorly, down in 19th place. Na'Vi behind them by just the one. The two teams battling out to not be in 20th. Looking over towards the central side of the circle, a lot of people looking for a Chumacera position. Team Spirit gave up space to Fireflux as well as RCB, heading over towards a bit more high ground on that western side. DA got high hopes for this team. Up in first place right now. Close behind them is 3D Max, but this will be their final game for the week, and DA has still got tomorrow. Post up some more points. Looking to finish in first place here, firmly in front of the pack.
Definitely. At the moment, the team that's chasing them is Power, the team that is just behind them on those overalls. The 1 point that they were able to get here, that puts them at 130 overall. And DA, they're up on 149, so a 19-point difference at least moving into to the next day of games tomorrow. And they want to put more distance than that as well. The Gladiators not going to be on the chase. Team Spirit as well, can't count them out. 125 points, so going to be 24 points behind DA. So DA with a bad game here, Team Spirit with a good game. They could be neck and neck once more.
Really all depends. We've seen how one good game can shoot you up towards the top side of the lobby with S2G's match there. Just gone, but still very much in my mind. Incredible game. If you missed it, match 5, go back and watch that bad boy. Incredible gameplay coming through from S2G.
An excellent performance. I think that a lot of people are going to be watching that back, figuring out where it all went right. How can they implement that as well on similar sorts of situations? It was a pretty singular situation, though. And the circle did help them out immensely, but 20 eliminations in any scenario is phenomenal. A true testament to skill. Team Spirit on the high ground of Chumacera. They have got the backstop up in the hills as well, so they don't really want to go for these close-range fights. Lux spots Nomi, rotating around in the buggy, but behind cover he goes. Out of cover again, stays alive, just pulling bullets out of the magazine of Lux right now. Seemingly all he's getting done.
The old buggy tease over on the top side, but will not be taken shots at anymore. A lot of teams, like we said before, crunching up. Makes sense. Similar situation over towards that ridge side with Chumacera. Don't want to be too far away getting into this circle. Similarly, don't want to be too far away from that power grid ridge on the last game. So everyone just queuing up to ensure they can have the best chance on this match.
Ooh, that's a big old southwest shift into the hills. Na'Vi can play on the coastline. If they want to take control there. Twisted Minds. I kind of liked some of what they've been able to do, but it does kind of predicate itself on being on the edge and being able to play around and third party quite dynamically in odd spots. It's not going to be possible here. They're slap bang in the middle. It's all going to be on defending their home ground, defending their turf, planting their feet, not moving an inch. Real earthbender attitude necessary for them now.
100%. Down towards that southwest side, Na'Vi gets taken down by Ali. Puncher starting things off strong. Heroic taking down RCB as well. Silas gets hit. It's Team Spirit here. Finding the first knock onto Kakali from Besiktas. Tospic low as well. We'll have to heal that one up. Team Spirit kind of on the back end of this circle here. Besiktas have slowed them down. I think we've seen a similar fight from Team Spirit and Besiktas in this exact location. It was a bit messy before.
S2G have the off angle as well, the third party potential. Nomi dodges some of the damage of the nade and stays alive. Naomi leads the charge. There's only one player from Besiktas on the inside, but they've got the angles from the out. Nomi flanks out and Lewis goes down. Poser wants to launch a nade in to try and get an answer, but it might just not be enough here. A disengage potentially from Besiktas. And I don't think Team Spirit want to overinvest into holding this building. It's not the best position. They want to keep that outside angle there, which you can see now they're evacuating. They're re-establishing their line. They don't want to be caught in an engagement that could be third party from any which way when these hillside positions are so valuable now.
For Team Spirit, this is a good fight start from them. Some really good responses on the engagement. I think they're desperate for a good finish here. They saw that S2G could do it. Now they're looking for the same. Hasn't always been Miramar where they've been able to put up gigantic performances, though, which is the thing. Circle shifting down towards that southwest side as well does become a little bit more difficult. Even more shots coming through. Nomi should get knocked here. Just about has the cover to do it. Only band-aids as well. This is rough.
Drops a smoke. Tries to cover himself a little bit better. Naomi, looking at he's going to move over. Drops a smoke. It's a med kit being thrown over to Nomi. And that'll get him nice and healthy again. But still, only bandages behind that. They'll need to be careful. A position needed to be established into these next circles as well. Team Spirit, 2 eliminations now. Tospic close by. Could be trouble.
A hell of a delivery for him. Next circle, directly central, so nothing down towards Minas del Sur, which I think most teams would be fairly pleased about here, John, honestly. I think Team Spirit needs to now think about getting rid of the final players from Besiktas. Picking up on the death crates now. Tospic will be a bit of a problem with this DBS.
Two players alive for Besiktas. Lying in wait. Naomi. I think he knows. I think he knows something's afoot anyway. Maybe not exactly what. And not exactly where, but he thinks he knows. Effect. Trying to bait out their shots, and any step would give the game away almost entirely. Nomi flexing out here. I said Team Spirit didn't want to overinvest into being inside the build. Oh, Effect. Oh, no. Effect. He's sailing wide with 1, with 2. There's the backup. Where is it? There's the flush. That's so unfortunate for Team Spirit. And Tospic now with a chance for a second as well. There's the re-knock, but that is devastating to the Team Spirit position. Poser now moving on in. Can he get a nade in time to try and stop this res, to try and stop this flush as well? Because he's cooking one up. It could send in straight through the window to try and keep his teammate maybe alive here. Nomi moving up, Kitsune moving up onto this off angle as Poser's here, stepping around. Does Kitsune know? He's waiting for this nade. Tospic up into the silo and now has a challenge of his own. They're both cooking it. Poser goes a little bit long, closer with the nade. Has the chance now, and he's moving in with the DPS. Can he catch Kitsune with a nade in hand? Or Nomi potentially on the off angle? Kitsune with the challenge. Spray for 1, 2, 3, but they've lost a teammate, and that is disaster in the wings as look who's moving up. It's Kitsune's old teammates, Gladiators, here to play.
Pushing up on that side. We'll have to climb the hill up towards them, but good initial shots from Tixi over towards Kitsune. And AZ on the high ground. Difficult now for Team Spirit, but I feel that's a little bit careless from Team Spirit. They should have assumed. They didn't hear any vehicles. They only took the 2 members out. Could have easily shifted over towards this position. I guess you sort of have to pretend like everything's okay. You just consolidated your supplies, that's all.
Just re-establishing. It was all planned. That's so unfortunate. And I thought that they knew that there was a player there. I thought that they knew that he was being sneaky because he was hiding so convincingly in that. I don't know. Didn't check their angles. Unfortunate. Team Spirit now. Gladiators haven't fully forced this issue. They're waiting for Team Spirit to make the move. But now all of them are going to have to shift south. Twisted Minds. They're in the compound there. Around Minister Value.
Team Spirit. On that top side. Again, S2G also towards that east. You know, coming off the back of that game, they'll be feeling pretty much on fire. That's the type of thing that you can lead through into your last match. Remember, they don't have to be done just yet. Yes, that was a great game from them, but they can still go further. You imagine that they're looking to do that right now. Circle closing. Team Spirit has to leave. So do S2G. Really craggy position down towards this south side. Very interesting finish.
Yeah. The hilltop to the east of Minas Evaia, very valuable here, but it's kind of being controlled by the fact that there are plenty of teams on the north and none of them can make that first step forwards. This sort of maneuver has been Team Spirit's kryptonite over the last, well, today's game certainly. It's happened twice where they've kind of just not been able to find that opening. If Fireflux go first, they'll probably go down. So I think holding where they are right now, which is out further to the east in front of S2G, is a little bit more valuable for them to stay there until they've cleared out Tumasera angles, and then they can start to transition to using that high ground a little bit and playing on the ridges that look south.
Onyx Ravens tossing grenades out over towards Enigma Galaxy. Who've been a bit quiet towards the end of the day. Ali has a nade, tosses it wide though, and Lufa will get round the side. Viggers is fairly low. Nice nade from Lord through the window. Opens this fight up very nicely.
Enigma Galaxy with their last match of this week as well. Already put 2 points on the board. And they'll want a couple more as well. Lord with the nade sent over towards him. Ali with the challenge, the drop shot, bold. It's not going to pay off. Can Lufa save him? No. Coops, is he going to have a chance? No. It's going to have to be Lufa this time around. And Ralph's gone down in the meantime. Onyx Ravens might have just put a kosh onto the position for Enigma Galaxy. The weapon swap isn't going to slow him down. One shot. Ali can survive this as well. And Enigma Galaxy flubbed the approach.
The fact that you can pull out the DBS mid-fight, there's a big slip up there coming through from Enigma Galaxy. Believe that that's their final game as well here. Going into tomorrow.
It will be, yeah.
And that's where they'll finish. I think S2G, they read the mission brief very well. Coming into their last couple of games of the day, Enigma Galaxy just didn't get the memo.
This shift up from the north side. With Team Spirit trying to get into the middle, both Naomi and Kitsune going down. Naomi surviving for now. They're just going to try and crawl back. Fireflux also getting pulled apart. They're all diverting around that high ground peak. That currently Twisted Minds are actually moving up towards with Jafar to try and hold down. Fireflux shimmying in on the east side here. Ketch too far away to get this res. Nomi now taken down by Lux. And that is Team Spirit's run drawn to a close for the day. On to Heroic. Can they do something to try and stop themselves from getting into 20th place? Because Na'Vi... No, wait. They definitely can't go into last place.
Yeah.
Na'Vi already down. Okay.
Navi's done already. So no matter what Heroic is staying in 19th. Potentially could move up. But that remains to be seen. Ragnarok currently still holding down the central compound within this circle. The rest of his team down towards the south side, trying to hold out DA, Moneymakers, remaining members of RCB. It's an interesting finish here. So much high ground to play around with. And not only that, but there's tons of these little rolling hills. It's very easy to find yourself in a situation where you have a solo player. This is his fight. Ali, I think, really does belong here in the PMSL EMEA.
Definitely.
The rest of his team is leveling up around him, but he is genuinely one of my new players to watch, I'd say. Definitely a rising star here within the PMSL EMEA.
I would definitely agree with that. I think that Ali is the outstander for Onyx Ravens, even if their team hasn't had the best results. I've enjoyed watching them, and I don't think that that's true of many other teams that finish lower down on the tables, right? I feel like a lot of the time when you're looking at those teams, you don't see anything that really sort of inspires a lot. But no, Ali, definitely something special in that man.
We'll find out what it is and let you guys know.
We'll do some research.
What do you have for breakfast, Ali? Tell us.
I have 1 coffee and 23 Cheerios.
Exactly. No milk.
Ooh.
That's 3D Max out as well. Another big contender here, done.
Yeah.
And dusted for their day. No more games for them. They wanted another pretty decent one to sort of try and remain on that top 8. I think with the way things are going, they might have a chance to stay in there. Things tend to slow down a little bit over on day 5.
Ooh,
Last
okay.
week's anything to go by.
Gladiators taking a scrap with Twisted Minds, who did pretty stalwartly stay in their compound and might have come a cropper because of it, but only time will tell. The Gladiators playing as 3 versus 2 now alive for Twisted Minds. Never Alone's there, but they are trading it off. You can see that popping up in the elimination feed. This is the north side, and actually some fairly important high ground being fought over right now. The descent from it, however, pretty treacherous. Wild getting closer, getting closer. Coldex there, does get sprayed down. Flushes their Yekta, not quite on the angle. And a point for RCB. That's good news.
I think you can just like step up and down like that. No one punishes him for it. It's pretty funny. Heroic should win this game. There is a question of whether they will win this game.
The answer lies in our future, I feel. DA still going. 2 players up, but one's just been knocked, and now it's just Nico, and he will fall fairly quickly. That's Wild again. RCB playing spoiler to the DA run today. They are still in first place pretty handily. They have got, well, I was going to say Team Spirit, Power, both trying to chase them down, but they are now very firmly in the lead of this lobby, with nobody really looking to ladder up beyond them. Potential for S2G to finish their day in first, but remember, this is their last day of games. They will not be playing tomorrow. DA will. Chance to take Solus down, and they will take it. Calci is going to get knocked in response, and this might be drawing it to a close. Who do you think S2G's MVP is going to pick to challenge for a TDM blank? That's what I want to know.
I'm not sure. Maybe Gladiators, after they took them down their final match. It will be finished now. 3 eliminations. It's not too bad in the 7th place. A lot of very weak and injured teams here going towards our final circle. Stage 6 right now. Onyx Ravens still alive. A lot of clutch moments. Moneymakers with 3. Big contenders here versus Heroic. Currently on 4 in the central compound.
Not much more to it than that, really. 4 eliminations. Who's in 18th place right now? That's what I want to know. Having a look. Falcons, I believe, on 73 points, if I'm not mistaken. So that will be the benchmark for Heroic to try and ladder up into 18th place after today. I suppose maybe even 17th as well if the moneymakers go down pretty soon. Although the placement points will start to add up. So that will be the mark to try and leapfrog. But it would require something very, very special. A lot of eliminations to push them that high.
Heroic went to go pick up their downed mate over towards that south side. Dragged him back to safety within the warehouse. Never leaving ever again. Gladiators with 2 struggling to make their way down. But it's IWNRX once again getting themselves towards a pretty decent position here in the lobby. You know, it's not been a horrible day for IWNRX. And they've managed to bring things back from what was one of the worst starts for a good team here in the PMSL EMEA so far.
Wild has some
Next
bodyguards
circle.
in Moneymakers.
This sort of feels like it's going to be a default win for Heroic at this rate. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well,
I don't think they've really done much fighting, and every time they've tried to fight, one of their players has gotten knocked. So they've decided just to leave everyone out on those outer edges to deal with each other. And I'm worried that the final fight might not even go in their favor at this rate.
Wild slithering around, the sneaky snake that he is for RCB. He's seen Havlik. But Havlik has not seen him. And why would you look out this way for players? I mean, he is checking his rear for snakes. But oh, come on, you have to go for this. Yep. Immediately getting this knock, getting the spray. Attention drawn from up top. Has to go for the challenge. He knows they're there and will immediately respond. Wild, putting the suppressive fire down, but that UMP is going to run out of ammo fairly soon. One to be knocked. And Wild takes down Moneymakers on the south flank. Goodness me, Wild stands up 6 eliminations for RCB. Gets into cover, gets into this next circle. Onyx Ravens now looking to try and take him down, but he has been such a little rat this game.
I mean, a big one with claws and monstrous, because he's been able to hit some big plays this match. Honestly awesome. Assisted in the demise of DA, was the demise of the Moneymakers. Nay's been just tossed over the top here, and Onyx Ravens haven't quite dealt with him yet, and I think that realistically they need to pay him a little bit more respect. He's just gone for a 1v3. He could easily go for a 1v2. He's feeling up to it.
He's just chunking away right now. IWNRX have moved around to the southeast side here as well. Potential for Wild to take some damage from that angle. He's in a little cheeky crevice between some rocks there. IWNRX 8 eliminations, and they have really started to step up yet again. But it's a little bit late on the week, unfortunately, for them to really be in consideration towards the top. However, they'll take every point that they can get. It all contributes to those overall standings. It all contributes to potential placements later on. AZ goes down. Matic getting lit up by Ali, actually, on the off angle, who is still going. The man we've been doffing our cap to time and time again. Those nades not looking too friendly for the Gladiators. Hassan steps out, and Matic will go down to the play zone. Denied the point. Heroic on 5 now.
Heroic.
Oh, go on.
You know, it's been kind of a slow game. Wild is now looking to deal with IWNRX. This is sort of silly. The nade still wasn't the end of him. How is that possible?
I feel like this cheeky Crag is going to be really quite important, because they're like, where has he gone? They can't find him with the nades. The number of sides that he's covered off right now is really important. Was he taking shots there to try and fake a little fight as well?
It's just diminishing resources from both Onyx Ravens and IWNRX. You're up to 9 eliminations. So regardless of what happens, a good game for them. Obviously, they don't want to go down in 4th here, John.
Some decent results all round. IWNRX with a very real chance. I didn't quite catch how Heroic lost a player. Wild now has to make a move. This is... he's been fun to watch here, but you feel like this is where his story has to come to an end. There's a nade with his name on it somewhere in a pocket. They're going out. They located him. A little bit high on that one. I don't think he's going to have too many more meds. He's got a nade of his own. Needs value. And that should be it. Goes long. No way. Oh my god. He's still going.
I don't know how he's alive. He's got nothing left, though.
He's got 3 smokes. This should be it. Come on, Kine. Come on, stop being Okay, this is a bit silly. He's actually in the next circle, and he's got bandages.
This is awesome. This is probably some of the best solo play I've seen in a while.
He's locking down this whole south side as well.
He's expended everyone's utility. The fact that Heroic hasn't even bothered to leave to try and have a look at this so far is pretty sad. I think they want to confirm the win, though, right?
Wild's going to hear this. Okay, I thought he was going to push through the smoke. He's been spotted. Okay, thank you, Vickers. Thank you. Much appreciated. IWNRX now with center position on the circle, but that is really exposed to Onyx Ravens when they crest the ridgeline. Frozen is in big, big danger right now. Zachariah trying to lay down the lead, but it's not working out. Where are the Onyx Ravens in all of this? They've spotted the backlines. Ragnarok goes down to Ali yet again. And there's Viggers stepping up for a challenge. Kine, though, sits him back down. Goes down himself as Viggers holds the angle. Another knock over towards Kine. IWNRX really starting to suffer. Ali still looking pretty healthy, looking pretty tight as well on the angle. has a good spot, but look at the descent that sits before him. So difficult to make it work, but Vickers and Ali step up. A volley of fire towards Heroic, and their backline is decimated. Frozen needs to be worried. He's going to step out. Vickers goes down, and Ali not there for the response. Frozen now wants to hold on, but Ali just doesn't have anywhere to go. IWNRX now in the middle, as Onyx Ravens will fall as well. A nade goes high, and now they can do it, but it's going to force Sakurai out for the peak. Gets to the leg, but it's not going to be fast enough. IWNRX close us down for today with a chicken dinner. 12 eliminations, 22 points.
Honestly, the fact that Heroic don't win that game is a little bit silly, but congratulations there to IWNRX, who are slowly putting those points back onto the board for us here. In a long time coming.
Certainly has been. IWNRX, okay, we remember. You guys did pretty well in week 1. We get it. They are going to come back in nice and strong. And Heroic did not get their default win after all.
No, which it feels pretty bad though, right? I feel like that is sort of the testament to Heroic's power. AZ actually getting strong, almost 1k damage done here in this game.
All right, I'm here for it.
Okay.
It's pretty solid stuff
Well
coming
done.
on through. I don't think it's going to be enough to stop, is it Razy or Kelsey, maybe, from S2G getting that MVP spot, but still pretty impressive. A small applause.
Yeah, a little small applause here coming through.
Smack
IWNRX, 22 points. Onyx Ravens, 2nd place. Well done to them. And Heroic take 12 points. Could have been a lot more. RCB with wild performance. Getting to 10th place. I forgot he was even playing for RCB for a second.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, he's just a team in of his own.
Incredible stuff coming through. He did really lock down that south side for a long time. I mean, the Moneymakers should have been in that position. That would have probably stopped IWNRX from getting in there, would have stopped Onyx Ravens from really being in that late game. And I think likely if he wasn't there, Heroic do win that, because those two teams can't both take that position away from the Moneymakers on that high ground, right? So there's a straight up front to back fight. Heroic maybe don't lose a player to that scenario, and it plays out very differently. I feel like Heroic have a lot more control if Wild doesn't do what he did.
Yeah, the problem was that they expended so many nades from all of those teams. So it made their endgame stupidly difficult. Luckily, IWNRX seemed to have about 50 nades hidden somewhere on their bodies. So they were able to use that to finish off the guys over on Heroic. Heroic, 1,500 damage done, 6 eliminations. Compared to IWNRX's 12 and 2,500 damage done, pretty nice. Still, this just pales in comparison to the 5k damage done from S2G on that last match.
Yeah, this is like half the damage we expected IWNRX. Can you like sort it out? Like that's not that's not cool.
5k is the new norm.
it's the new average.
Uncool. Yeah, what you've done there is not even noteworthy. I'm joking. But for IWNRX, I think it's difficult to come back from some bad performances, but they certainly have done that. And honestly, I would even go as far to say that I am more impressed this week with IWNRX than I am with Team Spirit. I think that although they had some disgustingly bad games, it does feel like IWNRX has been able to bring things back in a much better way to Team Spirit. Here's our daily winners. A nice spread this time. We've got no double chicken dinners happening.
That's not
weird.
a glitch, by the way. This is not a glitch on your screen. That did happen on Miramar Match 5. 20 limbs. Almost 5k damage. Ugh. Survival time pretty high as well.
This is not a case of the API has gone wrong, the database is not working. No, that was just such a ridiculous Miramar coming through from S2G. But yeah, I think the thing I'm most happy about here is that there isn't the same team twice getting a chicken dinner, which is odd for me to say, because usually that's a rare occurrence, but not here. When a team is having a good day over the PMSL EMEA, they will keep it rolling, which is really, really nice.
Yeah,
it's the first day in a while this hasn't happened. Let's take a look at our overalls, Mr. John.
Yes, Mr. Blank. Let's do that. We shall do that right now, in fact, as look, Digital Athletics.
Excellent.
We knew that this was the case. 4 chicken dinners that they've managed to accrue so far. They are convincingly in the top spot.
Look at S2G and Enigma Galaxy, just for a second.
I actually only need to look at one of them because they are exactly the same.
Yeah, they are. There is no difference.
Wait, so
between
what's the
either of these
tiebreaker? Why is S2G in second and why is Enigma Galaxy?
I don't know. There is no tiebreaker here.
I wonder what the next tiebreaker is after, because it's Chicken Dinners first, then it's placement points.
Then it's a limbs.
Well, limbs and place, like if there's a tiebreaker, if placement points are the same, a limbs are the same by necessity.
Yeah, true.
So what does it go to next?
I don't know.
I wonder.
It would have been funny if Riddy Max actually were able to win one of their games as well. Am I right? And get one less placement point,
That's
one more elimination.
Oh my goodness. Oh wait, they're on 148 as well. You're right.
They're on
Goodness
148
me.
as well. Wow.
Look at
what
that.
A weird turn of events we have there.
That is crazy. All from the same group as well, from Group D.
Yeah, so they've all finished. They've all finished.
We've got we've got the Group D block going on right now. 2 through 5 is all Group D. S2G, Enigma Galaxy, 3D Max, and Gladiators doing pretty well, looking good to finish on the top side there. The head-to-head of S2G and Enigma Galaxy, I mean, the difference between these two teams is basically that Miramar.
Yeah, it's the damage numbers. So is it damage, which is the next tiebreaker? What a weird tiebreaker to have.
I mean, I guess that must be it, because their limbs are the same. Maybe not.
It's the only thing we do have.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you, production, for that. I appreciate it.
Thanks
but yeah,
very much.
weird. Really, really weird. Interesting, though. Super interesting. Not what I expect to see on the overalls at the end of the day. Teams trying their best to match one another in everything, apparently.
IWNRX up into 10th place with 108 points right now with their last day's games to play.
Yeah.
They'll be chasing towards that 135-point barrier that the Gladiators set at the lower end of Group D.
Weird that Besiktas in 9th place has 3 chicken dinners, though, right? And only 122 placement points. It's more indicative of a very strong team. So you do wonder if some of those chicken dinners were a little bit gifted, maybe, able to grab some positions. Again, I think that one at the start of the day, yes, Gladiators made some mistakes, but I think you were right in saying that they were skillful in their approach towards the end game to capitalize on what they were doing. But not only that, some of their rotations earlier on. So yeah, for Besiktas, a bit weird. They're here. Still 6 more matches to play for them. They can certainly change this.
Now we get to the dark area, the dark places of the tables, the
We
money
don't like
makers.
going here.
The Simba, this is not your land. This is the elephant graveyard right now, the shadowy place beyond the reaches of the sun. As moneymakers sit right on the precipice there. 75 points for them, 2 points behind Foot Chaos. Falcon 73 just behind them as well. Chicken dinners for both of those two teams, by the way. And Heroic and Na'Vi having a little struggle for the bottom place.
Yeah, they're definitely having a little struggle. I mean, Heroic are able to pow versus some other teams there in last game. Didn't go well. They had to ring the bell eventually. The referee stepped in as they were being brutalized by IWNRX, despite them coming in as the clear favorites from that position.
Yeah, they should have absolutely been coming in as the clear favorites. Let us know who your favorites are in any category. It doesn't have to be players, it doesn't have to be teams. It could be your favorite chocolate bar. Animal. There we go. Your favorite can of Monster. Maybe that's what you want to let us know. Have an impact on the future of PMSL. Filling in the survey there. Making sure letting us know what you want to see.
Let us know what you think about the show.
Less of that, please.
Have an impact with
more of that,
the
please.
PMSL EMEA survey.
There you go.
There you go.
Let's take a look at our MVP. We think we know who
What?
it is.
We have it already.
I wonder who it's.
What?
Wait, what?
Production, can you please?
That's no way
up...
that's true.
No,
right?
no. Production, can you please throw up Zed Wolf v Razy?
That's
from today. Is that possible on total?
There's no way that he's done that.
This doesn't feel right to me.
How on earth has Zed Wolf managed to sneak on through for IWNRX? They've had a good day, I suppose.
They've had a good day, but yeah,
but that good? Really?
This is crazy. Well done to Zed Wolf for being the MVP, but I do want to see how this tiebreaker goes down between Ray-Z and Mr. Zed Wolf.
That is absolutely unbelievable that he's been able to do that. That's really cheeky.
A sneak attack. Then again, like they've had some pretty good games throughout the day, whereas S2G had one good game. Then again, Razy still got 2,000 damage almost. So that would mean that he would have had to get on average the rest of the other 5 games.
Like none.
Quick maths in my head. Like
Right.
It's just 200 damage per game. It's not that much.
Apparently it is too much.
Into it. Yeah. Please show us the numbers.
Please. I hope that is in the back pocket because.
Oh, here it is.
That's kind of crazy.
Oh, they were. It was CEO Later who was front as well.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I guess the rest of his day was strong. So what was it? 3.3k or so for Zedwolf?
Yeah, and 12
and 12
eliminations.
elims. I mean, credit to that. I mean,
well done. Well done, Zedwolf.
And with that last game as well, I suppose that really did change things up. He probably got quite a chunk in that last game to be able to achieve that. But yeah, that's still incredible, given that it was a 20 elim game that S2G came through. There it is. And it's CEO Later that we're getting the head-to-head with as well.
We have the best production team. In the entire world.
Piotr's killing it.
By far.
He's doing absolutely great.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, we'll just be told that the graphics department is Leo, who is the boss, as I quote
He is the boss.
from our producer.
He is the boss.
He's the boss.
The way he's like throwing these things out is unbelievably
And you have to say it like that. He's the boss.
The boss. Yeah, he's doing awesome. He's doing awesome.
Oh, yeah.
3D Max here getting obliterated on our screens. Here is Zedwolf actually on the highlights. Getting stuff done today.
Yeah.
You know, he is seriously strong in terms of a player. And I think we've seen some ridiculous movements coming out of him. Somewhat streaky at times. So I think the problem with Zedwolf... wait.
S2G. Okay, let's go.
Wow.
I like this call out. I really like this call out.
That's a big one. Yeah. All right, cool.
Given that game, he's like, you guys 20 elims, we're going to get 40 on you.
Yeah. I hope they win, because not only did he take his MVP position, he made sure they still had to play tomorrow. So awesome stuff.
Yeah.
What a great way to round out the day for us there. Wonderful.
I'm a fan. I really like that. I enjoy that dynamic. I mean, it just kind of goes to play into the things that we've been saying for quite a while now, in that it's consistency versus streakiness, and it's the consistency of Zedwolf that wins out against the incredible hot streak that came through from S2G in the middle of the day. We are gonna be going home now though, because we've got to get ready for our final day of the week tomorrow.
Wait, I am home.
Wait a minute, I am home. I don't have to go anywhere. Suck on
But you
that,
guys do.
losers. In Katowice, you have to get a taxi back to the hotel. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Period.